Okay, everybody, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Elise, and I'm here to work on this game a little bit more. I want to add some like grabability. I really want this game to feel more like a game. So what am I doing here? I'm prototyping. But I'm not just prototyping, I'm learning. I'm pretty new to Godot. I've been using it less than a year. I've been learning professional game dev for only maybe a year. And so this is kind of my learning project slash I'm looking at it as a prototype, not planning on selling it. It's open source. The GitHub repo is in the description box. The idea is you're an alien who's invading Earth in this endless runner format, kind of. And it's more like it's on rails, sort of like a shoot 'em up sort of vibe. So we can like attack these helicopters. I still want to add some particle effects there. You can see the example of what the particle effects will look like here on this house, which we can smack. The arm animation, it's a work in progress. It's all a work in progress. The idea is that it's just kind of the idea. It's an idea of a game, and the game is that you're invading Earth and you need to collect animals and humans to abduct. Which you can also use to heal yourself. There's limb damage, so we can actually hurt our limbs. You can see them flashing when we collide into things, and they shrink. And the idea is that your abilities will be reduced as those limbs get smaller. Still got to implement that. But part of the functionality of the game is that abduction component, and I'm still kind of working on it. I slapped together something that sort of is that a while ago. I'm not happy with it. I really want to be able to sit down and kind of play this game. You know, I want to be able to block out levels, come up with new ideas. I want like roguelike features, like you collect power-ups in between levels and stuff like that. But I really can't experiment with any of that or balancing or whatever until there's more of that playability. And so right now, you know, I can put obstacles everywhere and you just have to dodge them, right? I have like a level with a bunch of junk in it. You gotta dodge it. If your head shrinks all the way, you die. Like, okay, you can die or not, but I really want that grabability. I want you to be able to reach out and take, you know, well, in theory it would be a human or an animal. But I think for today, maybe I'll just get like a stand-in, like a capsule or something. And I'd love for, let's say you break the windows of like that helicopter up there or this house, right? So you break out those windows, and I'd love for you to be able to reach in there with the mouse and the cursor and click on it, and then you could grab it. But it raises some questions. How will the grabbing work? Will it be like actual picking up that follows the cursor? So there's two options that you can do with it once you get it. You can either apply it to a damaged limb to make it grow back, which is a work in progress. That mechanic kind of works. It doesn't work great. Or you can send it to your home planet, since you're an invading alien, to be abducted. And if you collect enough abductees within a certain level, you advance to the next level. So we need to be able to grab things and then choose two different places. I've imagined like a score dunk has kind of been like my general idea. We just have like an orb here and you drag stuff there, or you drag it to the limb that's injured. Or, and this is my other idea, which I'm actually seriously consider trying today. My other idea is that you actually open a context menu. So if I click on a person who's sitting in this window, maybe a menu pops up and it says like, you know, heal or abduct or something. And you choose which one you want to do. And depending on which one you choose, of course, depends on whether you get more points towards beating the level or you heal yourself. The second option, while less exciting, it might just be more practical to implement, and it might even be more fun somehow, you know, like, so I'll show you what I've tried to make in the past. It isn't great, but it's something. And so there's different assets. I've been working on this game for, like I say, about 5-6 months, something like that. But when I say 5-6 months, that's about 16 hours a week. Actually, sometimes a little more if you count the art stuff. So, you know, whatever that's worth. Let me show you what the other stuff is. By the way, so I'm down for backseating. There's always I like to say there's two different ways these streams can go. I'm here just to work, to motivate myself, to be here and get work on this game done. But folks come through here and I love hearing about your projects. I love chatting with you and stuff like that. And I love backseating. It doesn't mean I won't reject your backseating, because I will. But I do like to say that there's always a couple different ways this stream can go. And usually it vacillates between the two, depending on who's here and stuff. But in particular, there's two roads. We'll just imagine it. There's two roads. There's the helpy road, where somebody comes through and they're like, hey, you know, a better way to do this would be, or here's how I would do this. And I'm like, ooh, walk me through it. And then should they walk me through it, we're on the helpy path. And you know what's also totally fine is that we go the other way, the hacky path, where I do my best to hack something together that's good enough, and probably someone will come through later and be like, actually, but you know, it's hacky, that's fine. So either path is fine with me. I am open to either of those. But generally speaking, these are what you can expect. I do see my chat isn't popping up, but we'll just drag this giant menu over here and we'll look at it that way. We got Dark Rosen, we got Ash Kettle. Welcome y'all, good to see you. The helpy path. Yes, the helpy path. I personify the hacky path, especially when I know better. Hey, what's up? Pierogigon is a member of Hyper Game Dev. You've got 3 gears, that's 3 months. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Pierogigon gets a song for being a member. Pierogigon gets a song for being a member. Pierogigon is a patron too, so you get a song that's super long. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is here. Pierogigon is here. Here, welcome, Pierogigon. You're not gone. You're here. Welcome. Sorry about the song, but you're also welcome. And also, I'm sorry about the song, but you're welcome too. I don't know why my chat isn't working. That's always fun. I do like to have like chat on screen in a different way, but you know, okay. All right. No chat right now. That's, you know, that happens sometimes. I'll just troubleshoot it. In the meantime, let me show you what this level can look like with more stuff going on. We do have a membership here. You get an extra live stream. It's a full live stream. I'll stream as long as I stream on these ones, 6 to sometimes 10 hours. And it's all Blender stuff that's exclusive for members. And then you also get emotes and, of course, a song. You can also join a Patreon at patreon.com/hypergamedev to give more direct support to this channel. Let me pull this up. So we want to pull up terrain blocks. Yes. So this will load a different level that has, and it's not really a level, it's more just a test area with a bunch of crap everywhere. And actually all these numbers are debug numbers. I need to set up a way to turn them off and on. They're not really supposed to just be there all the time. But for now, they are there. But the idea is that they would be represented in their level of destruction. So you can't, actually the house doesn't have any of the numbers because that's the old house. But the helicopters actually let me click on them and break them down into pieces. If it's not lagging and crashing. Wow, what happened? What happened? Oh shoot, I actually haven't run this scene in a long time. I haven't run this scene in a while. Oh wow. Oh wow, and since I made it be always on top, I now see the folly of having always on top, especially with full screen. Jeez, I haven't run this scene in a while. I've been working on my debug screen. Expected end of statement. Is it because I pressed W all those times? Does that happen to anyone else when I have like the menu or the script editor open, and I've got WASD, and while I'm waiting to load it, very often I'll press the keys and then they'll get typed in my code. Okay, it works fine. But so the numbers, you know, for now are there, but ideally we would represent all with degradation. And so like you can see that the windows are a little broken. It's kind of hard to see. I'd actually want the helicopters to even like smoke and stuff. But anyway, let me fix my chat app. Let me fix my chat app. I don't really know what's wrong with it. Okay, it does kind of work. I'm able to chat from Discord, but why can't I chat from YouTube? I'm sure this will be fixed in just a second. You don't even know what I'm talking about. You don't even know what I'm talking about. You're just like, what is she talking about? So yeah, so and then you know, there's different kinds of humans. There's the humans that live in the helicopters, and they live in the helicopters, and the humans that live in the houses. And if you abduct the humans that are in the houses, your karma is going to go down. And the lower your karma is, the less innocent humans will help you. So they're innocent humans. So for example, you can heal by eating people, and that's meat that does that for you. And so if you don't eat a lot of innocent humans, but you only eat the bad ones, like the helicopter people, if you only eat the bad people, then outside of the houses, I'm thinking they add little buffs, like little health buffs. They'll go in their freezers and they'll get some meat that they have in there for you to enjoy. All right, I think I almost got my chat fixed, so we can put it up the way I like to have it up. I hope so. I hope so. Let me try a test message. You can also message from Discord. I don't necessarily recommend it, but you can do it. Okay. Test. Did it work? It did! Okay, my chat is working correctly now. I can put it up on screen the way I like. But since some of y'all were chatting before I fixed it, which is fair, let me see what we got. Good luck on the path today. You're most welcome, Rogie. With numbers, it looks like a math flash game. It does! Oh my gosh, it does look like a math game. I love that. Broken windows? I don't see broken windows. Oh, yes, there's broken windows. Yeah, some of them don't. So karma system. Is the alien like a messenger sent to kill the scum of the human race? There is lore here. There is lore here. Not quite that bleak. But it's something. Oh, we actually got that message. I can put this up here. No, it's not that bleak. It is far less bleak than that. Although, it's kind of up to you as a player. So the idea is that with the karma system, you can either choose to be a bad alien or a good alien. Let me tell you a little bit about this lore, and then I'm gonna try to figure out how to do the grabbing. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. Areas and level references, yes. Alien sketches. This is the one. This is early. Maybe. You know what? My country. My beautiful, beautiful, stupid country has daylight savings. We must save the daylight for the farmers or something. I don't know. But yeah, so they actually, it means that like everyone in my country has to move their clocks forward an hour, or else time will be wrong and the world will implode or something. So, and I'm actually having a hard time with this. I do not freaking enjoy this at all. It is, oh, it's so, oh, it makes me so mad. It messes up everything. All right, so here's the lore. I hate it. I hate it. I don't even in the fall, where in my country it brings you back an hour. Don't feel good about it. Don't feel good about it, because it's gonna come and get you in the spring when we fall backward and we spring forward. Ugh, I hate it. Dude, me too, Ashcat. I'm actually not streaming tomorrow, so I can just catch up on some sleep, because it really, my body is like, look. My body is like, look. I'm used to time being this way. Why is it different now? And I'm like, look, I can't, look, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? It's not just a North American thing, but it's mostly a North American thing. There's some like parts of Europe that do it as well, Latin America and stuff. But for the most part, like, I don't think anyone in Africa does it. Like, maybe like one African country does it, but like, it's silly. It's freaking silly. And then I think in like England, for example, they have like a different daylight because they're on a different part of the planet. So their daylight savings is different. It's so weird. So that's why you have like EST versus EDT or whatever, like different time zone. You can have that with like, you know, European time zones as well. It's freaking silly. It's really annoying. Somewhere this or 2 months ahead of my... Right, it's different countries. Right, it's so annoying. Fatigue from staying overnight accumulates and kills, so it is good to have sleep at night. I agree. We do it here too, but not now. Right, but at the end of the month. Right. It's just different. One single country, Indiana does. One single county in Indiana? What? How? How do they do that? How? I want that. I want that now. Abolish it. Politicians, you want to get popular for not being controversial? Get rid of daylight savings. If that doesn't get you elected, I don't know what will. My gosh. And you hurt no one. One state doesn't do it anymore? Oh, I'm moving there. Every one country I know in Europe that does it, they do the same end of month. Yeah, I guess we do it differently. The best thing America could do is accept that our policies are dumb and see what other countries do. Yeah, except for the ones that have daylight savings. I mean, here's the thing. So much of the United States was built on, like okay, so let me just give a random, I'm not going to be too broad. Let me be specific. Highway systems, right? So much of the highway systems that are around the world now were innovated in the United States. And so what you see is around the world, they adopt better highway systems. They improve on them, but not us. No, we have the originals. United States is first draft vibes when it comes to like modern civilization. And so like, it's like so many things aren't updated in our country. We're just like, we stick to it. We stick to the Constitution. It's like, dude, can we change it? Can we change it, please? It's old. Thank you, Ash Kettle. Yeah, I made it. So, yes, I made everything that you see here. It's 100% made by me in Blender. The bushes, the trees, the houses, the alien. The alien I made a little bit in Womp 3D, which is a tool set you can use online. I'm going to remake it all in Blender, though, anyway. But yeah, I made everything 100% all by myself. I'm very proud of that. I do that every Monday for the member streams. All right, let me tell you about the lore of this game. So this is what the aliens start out as. They start out as heads on their home planet. That's them. That's what they are. All right? And on their planet, there are these space winds that create pearls. Sort of like how an oyster or a clam or whatever makes pearls, you know? Except it's winds in the air. Okay, just go with me here. And these little head aliens be hopping around and they're like, wow, cool space pearls. And so they can actually secrete a special chemical onto those pearls, because these pearls are pretty magical. They're created in space wind, obviously. And so they become their bodies. So their bodies are actually these magical things. And so we can see the body here, not quite represented like this, but we're going to remake the model. So they're camages on their planet. Yeah, pretty much. But this is a very magical little orb here. All right, so let me skip ahead. This is some other stuff. So one day, all right, and this is kind of true. The United States, Russia, these nations decide they're going to send freaking animals into space to see how they survive in space. And here's the thing. Some of those animals never came back. But one of them ended up on this alien planet. And as such, of course, the aliens tried secreting their chemicals on it because it's what they do. And so they secreted their chemicals on this mouse, i.e. they ate it. And the mouse, it was a mouse, they absorbed the limbs. And this one alien was like, dude, I have mouse hands and mouse feet. This is cool. This is an extension of the space pearl. The pearl that is their body can grow limbs if they swallow meat into it. Trust me, this is how it works. And so the alien's like, dude, we gotta go get more of this meat stuff. We need more, whatever it is, whatever creatures are on the planet. They don't know, but they're gonna go find out. So they go and they invade Earth to go get more meat. So you start out as the cabbage, and then you're gonna be presented with a bunch of cows, which you can eat, and then you get cow limbs. The cabbages, so they are, but there's a redemption arc here that's possible. So they are gonna eat innocent cows, which isn't great, and at the end of that level, the player is going to have to fight a farmer, a cow farmer, who is, you know, trying to raise cattle and protect the cattle. And so when you eat that farmer, you're going to get human limbs. And yeah, this is bad. This is a taste of innocent human blood. But you're going to get arms and legs, and you're going to be this character, and you're going to have power. And it's going to be awesome. All right? And you and all your little alien friends are going around being evil, wrecking havoc. All right. But guess what? You didn't just get limbs. You also got empathy from humans. You got empathy. That's what this heart is right here. That's the karma system. So you also get empathy. And you don't get to get rid of it because you eat a cow. You keep it. Is it Helldivers too? I haven't played it, but I've certainly heard it's very fun. Maybe kind of, just so you have two different paths you can choose. All right, so maybe we'll see. It might get more Helldivers-y. We'll see. Here's the thing, right? So the humans are like, can you stop eating us? Would you freaking mind not eating us? We don't like it. And the aliens are like, we feel bad. Why do we feel bad? It's because that empathy. It's because that empathy. Well, while that protest is happening, the military, or whatever, militarized police, something like that, be like, we gotta bomb these aliens. And you know what? Collateral damage. The protesters, they just attack the protesters and the aliens at the same time. They kill all of them, or they attack all of them. And this forges the union between the aliens and the humans, the innocent humans, because now they have a common enemy. That's the box art. And so this translates into gameplay in that if you don't eat the innocent humans, you will get special buffs and perks, right? So if you only eat the evil humans, then you can still advance in the game, but maybe it'll take a little longer and a little more strategy to do so. All right, so you have a choice. You have a choice as the player. To do these different things. And then again, you know, just the reason, and so part of the goal of each level is to abduct as many humans and or animals as possible and send them back to your home planet. So that way you and your home civilization can secrete all over these magic space pearls and turn them into things like homes and build a great civilization and stuff like that. So that's the concept for the game. They could be evil should you choose for them to be evil, but you know, the game is probably going to punish you for the most part if you do evil stuff. All right. Ash Kettle says, we lost a bus in a sinkhole in the middle of downtown a few years back. It was moving and full. Then we lost a bridge that a bus was driving on. Oh my gosh. I will not ride buses in Pittsburgh. Understood. Understood. Noted. Wow. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Old stuff. There's a lot of old stuff in the United States. It's like, maybe don't. Maybe rebuild for real. It seems like your deal with Constitution was something Stalin was in controversy on with Lenin in terms of Soviet economics. I don't know nothing. Dude, I don't know about that. We're not gonna... What? Maybe. Aliens should eat cats, and then they would just rule the world. We did that 40 years ago. Oh, okay. That's not that long ago. Aliens should eat cats, and they would just rule the world. Well, you know, and that's gonna be a whole thing, is figuring out how they morph into things, you know? We added you are what you eat. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be interesting. I still haven't actually modeled any morphs because I'm gonna remodel the character in general. So, and I'll try to make sure that I can lend it to being morphed. It's gonna be a whole project. You like the empathy system? Me too. The alien faces kill me every time. I'm laughing and then awesome because they're awesome. Yeah, no, it's supposed to be kind of silly. It's supposed to be, and so every time you like eat some meat. In the game, or eat an animal, or eat a human. It's not a great view because the lighting isn't nice. I did actually make a way to turn around. It's just, it got broken and I can't turn back around. But I want every single time you eat something, you like actually turn around and devour it. So the character is going to face the camera. So they're like walking and then they're like, and then like blood flies everywhere and then they keep going. So I do want to milk that face a little more. But for now, it is technically just there. And that's it. Aliens becoming friends with humans if they have empathy. Yeah, exactly. And the end? They could go home and get eaten. Wait, what? And the end? They could go home and get eaten? I don't know what that means. You mean... You're saying... I'm not sure I understand. You only need realistic blood decals. Yeah, something. Yeah, something. You know, I mean, look. And so let me get this test area, or this, let me change the test area to a different test area. People want to know how the story ends. That's up to you. I see. Yeah, so, I mean, I guess it ends with... So let me just tell you what the layout of it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there is an end. Wait, I do know this. Wait, I do have this planned a little bit. All right, let me explain it to you. I do have this planned a little bit. They go home and the other cabbage people want your mutations, so they eat you to get them. They go home and the other cabbage people want your mutations, so they eat you. No, well that's a good question. So that I'm not sure of, but I can tell you like generally what the idea is. There's going to be up to 4 areas, maybe 3 levels each. There's going to be 4 areas, up to 3 levels each. For now, I might just make 1 level for each area. But it starts out with cattle farms and rural. And then you're going to go to small towns, right? Then you're going to start invading a big city. And then you're going to invade a military base. So the game is going to end with fighting militarized forces. And actually trying to liberate the innocent people from their oppressive leaders. So really the karma system, it's not really going to be like you can choose to be evil. It's really going to be more of like a punishment, I think, if you are evil. So like being evil, maybe it can get you by a little bit once in a while. You could maybe make the strategic choice. That's right, there's no cows. That's right, but there are pigeons. And so it might be, I feel like it's going to be like a strategic choice to sometimes eat the innocents, right? And maybe it's better if you don't eat any innocents, but it's going to be tempting and you're going to want to do it, for example. So it's going to end basically liberating the people from the military oppressors. And I guess the aliens will take over or something. I don't know. I'm not really sure yet. Maybe it becomes some kind of government of the people. Who knows? Maybe it leaves a power vacuum and it all goes to crap. I don't know. Well, I'm not thinking that far ahead. But I am thinking that a military base is going to be where the final battle is. So I can give you that much. All right. You know, a lot of it I kind of want to discover. You know, I want to like tell the story as it is and then get the gameplay and just see what feels right. What would feel like a good resolution, especially if I get it out to playtesters and stuff. What are they saying? Like, hey, you know, I would like to see this happen or that happen. I feel like I want to be a little loose with how it ends for now, in general. Oh, so like as far as the blood splatter goes, you know, like right now, all of these like pieces, they just fly and clip through the ground. I think that's fine. I don't give a crap. I think that's fine. It's fine with me. And so, you know, what I would prefer is if there's blood, it just clips through the ground, you know? And so I think I would want like blood splatter particle effects, you know, and we could even use like a similar system as this and just have some like teardrops that are like, you know, whatever, maybe have a shader that makes them look goopy or something, you know. So I'm really not going to think too hard about it. More attack damage to low tier enemies if evil path is chosen. Right. Yeah, something like that. And heal on every safe person on good best. Something like that. Yeah, see, something like that. And so that's why I want to get... Thanks, Radoslav. I actually just did that last week. That's why I want to start getting more of these gameplay elements in place where we can actually abduct the humans and eat them, because it's kind of hard to like balance for a game that doesn't quite exist yet. So I want to get like those base mechanics in, and then, you know, we can start seeing, well, what feels better? What makes sense? Do we need to add in more attack damage or whatever like that? So yeah, and I want to have those systems in place so that way I can make the choice like, okay, well, since I need to buff the characters somehow, and we already have this innocent people mechanic, then we'll associate it with that. That'll work out great and whatnot. So that's kind of the idea there. So the thing I wanted to show you too were these cows. I don't think this is broken. It might be. These cows were my first attempt at making a grabbable thing or an abductable creature. And I'm not at all happy with how it turned out. Today, I would like to either explore one of two or both things. That being, improving or remaking the system where we grab things. Or completely reimagining the system where we grab things. And instead of it being about picking something up, a context menu appears. So there's a cow. I don't think it's going to go away. There we go. So right now I can click on this and pick it up. It doesn't stay on the cursor very well. So that's one problem that this system has. There are many, but this is one problem that this system has. I'm going to... Was I going to zoom? Oh, I was going to show my keyboard so you could just see it. So I'm clicking, right? But like if I drag too quickly, it drops it. So it's not very accurate. And that's something that I need to fix and work on, is make it more accurate, right? And then the other thing is that if grabbing it is supposed to be about applying it somewhere, so either we put it in a score dunk that makes it abducted, or we eat it, so that way it buffs our health, then it arguably, not necessarily, but arguably needs to at least be aware of the Z-axis, right? Or it needs to be able to be moved closer. Because if I, well, now it's gone. And now it's gone. That would be another problem, that we can lose it underground. So, you know, I would want it to be able to be brought forward instead of just be on this XY axis. So that would be another problem. Or, you know, or we don't worry. I can't even get it. Do you see how I'm trying to like grab it and it's just like pushing it under the ground? It's a very bad system. It's quite poor. And I don't like it. And I basically just want to rebuild it from the ground up. There, we got it. But let's say I want to bring it to the player. Well, actually, it did just heal. You might have noticed the arm just got longer. So that did heal it if we collide it with the player. But, you know, I could also have like a super long collision zone that just like reaches across the Z-axis. Something like that. Yeah, I'm thinking a HUD. I've been avoiding a HUD if I didn't need it. But I am thinking that might help. And so that's why I'm saying like a context menu. So maybe, like, let's say we break open, you know, this house, and we can see that there's humans inside of that house. I want us to be able to hover over that human, and let's say, yeah, like instead of an arrow popping up, maybe a context menu pops up, and you choose abduct or heal, right? And you can make those two choices. Or you grab it and you drag it to your body or to a score dunk. I'm not really sure which I want to do. I kind of am leaning towards trying the context menu first, just to see how that goes. Just to see how that goes. And so it does raise other questions too, like what if you click on a different one? Oh, so this is the other problem with this grab system, by the way. It doesn't update the target properly. So if I grab this one, if I grab this cow, and then I come to grab this one, I'm not gonna grab this one. this cow is going to teleport to this one's position. Boop. And so I'm actually grabbing the first one. Now, once that one gets deleted, now it's gone and I can get the next one. The reason why it gets deleted is because when these tiles go past the player character, then those tiles get deleted. That is to say, there are strips here, right? So like if we look at, this is like what one strip looks like. It's just a strip, and I dropped, you know, a cow on top of that strip. And once that strip is gone, then the cow gets deleted. So I would probably try spawning the cows in. I mean, everything's really going to be spawned in. I want it to be procedural. So that they actually wouldn't delete then, and we would just be clicking on stuff. So yeah. I suggest two endings. Evil ending, the aliens eat the abducted people and animals and mutate and make their civilization. And good ending, they spare the humans and animals. Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. Certainly a possibility. And use their knowledge to make a civilization suitable for both aliens and humans on the alien planet. I like that. I feel like what I don't like about that is, I don't know. I think it kind of already lends itself to that, because along the way, honestly, I don't know. It kind of depends, because the way that I'm thinking about the system, it would punish you so much to choose the evil path, in theory, that you shouldn't even be able to get to the end if you are too evil. You know, you just might be like, and maybe it could be that if you're a little evil, you can still beat the game, but you get like this bad or good ending. And that could be a motivation to do it one way or the other. I'm not sure. Yeah, the target system. Yeah, and so that's why I'm kind of thinking like maybe just skip. Like I'm definitely gonna remake this, right? But I kind of want to try the context menu idea, because the context menu idea, just like, it might be good enough. It might be good enough, and then I don't have to worry about grabbing anything in general and dragging it around. So that's my task today. I'm not really sure which I'd rather do. Punishment for evil path. The enemies gradually become one-hitters and with every very big health. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. All right. So, let me get some music while I think about how I want to deal with this. So I'll show you the code for the grabbing. If everything is early by 1 hour, does that mean I could participate in the game jam because it would start at midnight? Yeah, literally. Like, it's still 6 p.m. Eastern time, but Eastern time is now different. So literally, if you were to look, I don't know what country you're in, but if you were to say, sure, ET to CET, why not? Let's say ET to CET. So you see how it says EST? EST, Eastern Standard Time, is one of the daylight savings or whatever. I don't remember which one is which. There's EDT and EST. But it's interesting because it says this is not my time right now. My time is actually one behind this. So this is kind of wrong. I think it'd be good to reframe the good versus bad idea too and make it approval rating. Approval rating? I don't know why this is saying this. Google just doesn't know what they're talking about. But yes, it would be an hour earlier. The more humans that are on the, and you can always go EEST. You can always go Eastern European. You can always go to the channel page if you're ever not sure when streams are going to happen. If you come to the channel page, the upcoming live streams are always right here. I do them every like Friday, Saturday-ish, and it lists the ones that are happening. I'm not doing a stream tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow. Usually I do, but not this week. So you can see it tells me in my time zone what time it is, and it'll update to your own time zone. Yeah, that's true. I have used UTC, but you know why I stopped? Because I kept getting it wrong. Because I'm just like less familiar with it, and so I don't keep up with when the time zones change. Because the time zones still change. Oh, GMT changes, UTC doesn't? That's interesting. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I've definitely thought about it. The reason why I stopped using UTC is I kept getting it wrong. I kept getting it wrong. And people were like, what? And so I just was like, all right, screw it. I'm not going to do it anymore. So yeah, I might use UTC. Also, sometimes people were confused. They were like, what's UTC? Whereas ET, I feel like Eastern Time, people are just like more used to converting that. Anyway. So. Let me show you the cow logic. The more humans that are on the alien side, the easier it is and less military. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, something like that. Right. And so you have the humans helping you. Exactly. Right. It's super confusing. It's super confusing. I hate it. I feel like there's like, right, it's supposed to be universal. I feel like there's just like no good answer. Like time zones just suck. But I'll take a closer look at UTC. I mean, at the end of the day, I schedule my streams and YouTube, so like really the definitive way to check it out. And also same thing on the Discord. I also put events up in the Discord. So you can see, so right here it says happening now. And this will be dependent on your time zone. So that's really the best place to go check what the schedule is on the Discord or on the channel page, because those will convert it to your local time. So then you don't have to worry about anything. All right. Let me get some music and then we'll look at some code. That's bad. So I'll show you what's going on with the cow grabbing, so you can see just how not good it is. So that's gonna be on the health script and the raycast. So the raycast script is on the camera, and the raycast script seems pretty good. I've been using it for a lot of things. It seems to get the job done. But we do have some of the movement stuff there. It emits what target that it currently sees, right? I hope for you that it's gotten rid of. I truly do. Nobody deserves it. And then the health script checks to see if it is the thing that is hovered. And it also checks to see if it is the thing that's been hovered, right? And if it has been hovered, basically it's going to show the arrow. So if it's been hovered, it's going to show the arrow above the top of it. That's what meat mesh is. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I haven't updated this in a long time. And so if we click on it, while it is the target, it's going to emit that it's been grabbed. Now, health grabbed is probably connected on here. It is. So back on the raycast on the camera, we've got health grab connected, and it brings us to move health. If the grabbed object is null, grabbed object is set to grab target. Oh, so this is ChatGPT actually wrote this. You can tell because I usually don't add these at the end of my statements. So this is actually ChatGPT code. If it's null, the grabbed object is grab target. That seems strange, but okay. Grab offset. Grabbed object global transform origin minus grab ray position. Is that what an offset is? And so if the grabbed object is not null, it just sets the global position. That's it. It just sets the global position. It's pretty simple. It's really not doing much. It just sets the global position to the grab ray position and the grab offset. So it's like creating a vector. I feel like this is just creating a vector. I don't know why they're calling it offset. It's also probably not a normalized vector would be my guess. So that's something to think about. I don't know if we need one, but I hear that's a thing. So I don't really, to me, it seems like it could work. And then it's just, I don't know. So to me, like knowing how to approach this is kind of outside of my depth. So that's why I'm kind of partial to trying the context menu for now, where you click on something that you can grab and it gives you a choice. Do you heal with it or do you abduct with it? And that's it. And that may prove to be silly and inferior. But it doesn't seem very difficult to implement, and it would be good to have it. Even like as an optional accessibility thing, right? Where folks could choose if they want to do the context menu or drag it around, you know? Add to arrays. Maybe. Perhaps. So I'm gonna try the context menu thing for now. So in order to do that, I would kind of need to be able to turn off the grab rate. I think what I'll do instead is I'm gonna create a new. So it's the health script, right? Because it's like it's health or it's points. And this would just be applied to everything. I'm gonna make a new one, and I'm gonna call it the meat script. We're just gonna call it meat. So that way I have a name for it that's different. We'll have the health script and the meat script. They're not actually terribly different. So we're gonna call this meat. And yeah, we could have it extend in area 3D. I don't really want it to extend. Yeah, we can have it extend in area 3D, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm gonna go to my meat script, and we're gonna make this be the context menu thing. And we'll create a new obstacle, or a new thing. Let's call it area 3D, class name, meat. And let's create a new thing. I'm just gonna make a scene. I want it to be in area 3D. And we just call this meat, and I'm gonna attach the meat script to it. Right. And then we need to add some stuff in here to make it work. I'm gonna add a mesh. We're gonna keep it simple for now. Let's just have it be a capsule. I will not generate collision. I have been convinced that generating collision is a mistake. I will not do it. I will just add a capsule-shaped collision in here. Wait, why is that not creating something? Where is it? Oh, because I put it inside the mesh. There we go. Alright, so there's our mesh with collision as per the Area 3D requirement. I'll save this in... I guess I'm gonna put this in scripts. Oh, this is a... Oh, Objects, player... Where do I want to put this? I guess this is NPCs. And I'm gonna call this... I'm gonna make a debug folder. And we're just gonna call this... meat. Okay. And maybe we could even give it a different color so it pops a little more. It's nice to have a color. Why wouldn't I want to have a color? Let's give it like a reddish, a bright red kind of thing. It is meat after all. Seems appropriate. Okay. So this has got this script on it. It's detectable. Now, if it is detected, we want to say area entered. Connect to... Now, the thing is I want to detect actually if the raycast sees it. And we actually already have this set up on the health script. And so we actually want to connect the grab target from the auto load. Area entered, we don't actually need to worry about area entered. I mean, I might for other reasons, but I might not even need this to be an area 3D, truth be told. So actually, let's not even put that in there for now. Let's just start with is grabbed. And it's not really I mean, it could be. We want to really say is hovered, or just is, we'll just say detected. How about that? So func detected. And we want to say if grab target, we need, I guess, to call it with grab target. Let's even just say target. If target is set to self, then we want to show like some kind of context menu. So this is kind of a whole other thing that I might want to create. You know, and like the question is, do I want to make this? I guess I do, yeah. I do want to make this like a UI scene. Or like a 2D. Well, if I want it to be immersed in the level, then then if I want it to appear in the scene, then I'm going to need to make sure to use like a viewport or a sub viewport to render in the scene. I have had some mixed luck with those in the past. Maybe it was just a fluke. But we fixed it by defining it in code. I think we did it here. Maybe. Yeah, so I had to set the sub viewport texture. I think it would make more sense if the window like pops up in the game. But then again, it might be kind of tiny if it's in the distance. I might want it to be just on the screen and maybe just like XY coordinates. It just matches kind of the XY. I'm gonna try it without putting it in the scene for now. And maybe that will not make sense, but for now I'm gonna try that. You made vegan chicken and mushroom pasta with cheese. Very good despite so many substitutes. Nice, nice. I'm eating a bowl of spinach. It's just spinach. Okay, it's seasoned a little bit, but it's mostly just spinach. Nice. That sounds like a win, Rogi. The more delightful food can be to eat, the better. Can you just pop up a menu and add it to an array of choice, depending on the menu, and destroy it from the scene? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I like cereal too, but no sugar in my cereal. Bowl of spinach sounds good. I should do that sometimes. Dude, it's awesome. I just season the crap out of it. Now this is like frozen spinach. And then I heat it up in the microwave and I just season it, and that's my meal. Done. Sometimes I'll add like some grains to it as well. Actually, something I make a lot is what I like to call spinach. Spinach. I don't know if that makes immediate sense to you. It's called spinach. And it's just spinach plus beans. And actually, that turns out really well. I don't know, something about their like textures kind of go well together. And they hold flavors. Just like the way flavors come through on it all is really nice. Muesli and carfioli are good as well. I don't know about carfioli. I don't even know what that is. But yeah, muesli is awesome. I love me some good grains. When it comes to vegetables, I often enjoy them unseasoned. My partner is the same way. My partner also likes them unseasoned. I don't get it. I don't get it. I need the most flavor possible. I want my mouth to be attacked with flavor. I literally, like, gag if there isn't enough flavor in something. But hey, if you like what you like, then you should eat it. Yeah, I made it up. I mean, but it's literally just, there's like a way to do it. There's a way to do it. I like to make sure that the beans are as juicy as possible. So I cook them first in some liquid of a such. It could be water. It could be some chicken broth. That's what I like. But if you're vegan, skip the broth. I like to cook them so they get nice and juicy. And then I season it so those juices get absorbed into the beans. And then I add the spinach. I actually defrost the spinach separately and then add it in. Season it a little more if needed and mix it together. That's it. That's spinach, as far as I'm concerned. Freaker! Freaker loves flavor. Freaker is a patron. Freaker is a patron. And not a YouTube member, it says. Freaker's a YouTube member, but Freaker's just a moderator, and for whatever reason my chat app puts a membership sticker if you're a mod. But I'll tell you what, Freaker is a patron, so you get a song. Freaker is not freaking me out. Oh no, I said Freaker is not freaking me out. Freaker is here, Freaker is here. Freaker is not freaking me out at all. Freaker is here, Freaker is here. Somebody do some freaking so they can use a phone and call Freaker, cause Freaker ain't freaking me out, and Freaker is here. Yeah, there's your song. You're welcome. I'm sorry, but you're also welcome. Good to see you, Freaker. Hope you're doing good. I hope you're healing up good. I know you had like some hand surgery a while back. Hope you're healing up good. Psychonic says, me resisting adding curry powder to literally everything. Yes! Yes! Man, we've been getting this like curry sauce from the store lately. Honestly, and that's what's so great about spinach, is it goes super, super well with like any of the flavors that you like to add to things. It soaks up the flavors really well. And curry sauce, oh my gosh, divinity. Divinity in deliciousness. Absolutely amazing. So freaking good. Yeah, I hear you though, like resisting, because like it's all so good that you just gotta add it. I've been really feeling this like, it's buffalo ranch seasoning. It's pretty embarrassing. It's pretty embarrassing, but man, it's good. That's what I currently have to resist adding to things. This might be a very North America specific thing because of just how embarrassing it is. But I get way the frick down with it. I have to be careful to pull it up or I'll dox myself. Because you know they're gonna try to be like, here's where you live. You can buy some right here. Always got to be careful with those product searches. All right. This stuff, it's such an embarrassing seasoning. It's not like a cultured seasoning, but man, oh my God. It makes everything so freaking yummy. Even just a little bit will just like add so much. I'm obsessed with it. Not vegan, by the way. I think it has like some like buttermilk in it or whatever. Edamame beans with just salt are really good. Ooh, that is good. Nice. Oh, wow. I gotta remember that. That sounds good. I had to take a bite of spinach to help me remember that. You know what I need? I need like chunkier salt. I have a lot of fine salt. I need some more coarse salt. You know, you like grind. I feel like that makes it more fun. They do soak up a lot of flavor. Yeah. All right. Heard Joe. Welcome. Both Joes. Welcome to both Joes. I want to spice up everything, literally. Yeah, me too. Me too. Hey, what's up, Henry? Welcome. I tried buffalo, I tried ranch, but I never tried buffalo ranch. It is so good. It is so good. Oh my gosh. I'm so embarrassed, but it is so good. There's a I almost said soup because it says borscht. A Russian soup called borscht. It is basically a soup out of anything you put in it. It can be meat, it can be vegetables, it can be both, it can be anything you put. Nice. Sounds like soup? Sounds like soup. Soup sounds like soup. What makes it a borscht? Like, what defines it as that besides something else? Yeah, so I'm gonna make a 2D thing that pops up. Now, if I want this to be at certain X, Y positions, I feel like this should be its own scene. And maybe it even gets used for a bunch of different stuff. I think I should just make a new scene. Call it user interface. Although, well, I do want it to be at different positions. I'm not sure how I'm gonna want to do this. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. UI stuff. Oh, maybe it's just the Russian word for soup. Yeah. I'm like, that just sounds like a soup to me. A soup of a certain such, perhaps. Oh, man. All right, it's UI time. Oh, geez. Okay, so I'm going to say, I'm imagining this being a VBox container. I want it in the center for now. I mean, I'm going to want it to be wherever it needs to be. Thanks, Henry. Same to you. Same to you. And then in that VBox container, I guess I'm gonna want some buttons. I guess some buttons. Look, I'm just slapping something together here. And this will be heal, eat, or maybe we can say eat. And the thing is, like, how does it heal you? Like, is it going to heal a certain limb, or is it going to heal all the limbs by a certain percentage? Because here's the thing with the limbs is, if you eat a human, like I'm eating while talking about eating. If you eat a human or an animal, well, let me say this. If you're hurt... Actually, do I still have the debug numbers? I do. Wow, it lagged. So these are the different health that each hit point has, right? So now this leg has 1 less hit point. You can lose all of your limb hit points and still be okay. The one that's in the middle is actually the head health. If your head goes to 0 HP, you die. But all the rest of your limbs, you won't die if you break them off. You'll just be worse at the game. The collision for this house isn't great. It keeps hitting the head, but so it's like if you heal, like I kind of feel weird about everything getting a health increase. What I really want the player to be able to choose. So I guess what I want then is for there to be another menu that pops out. You get to choose, do you heal limbs or do you heal your head? And if you heal your limbs, all the limbs get healed simultaneously by a certain percentage. If you heal your head, then your limbs don't get any healing, but the head does. If head health reaches 0 gradually, set other body parts to 0 as well while turning off movement. I was thinking the head just kills you. That you just die. Borscht is defined as of its contents because you can put anything that you know how will taste or what calories will have, and depending on what you make it will be unique. The Russian word for soup is just soup. That somehow didn't make it make more sense, but you know what? I bet it does make sense, and I just don't get it. The game is coming along. Thanks! You know, I'm trying, slowly but surely. I got plenty of work to do. You can see the debugger is exploding. That's a collision issue with the limbs. Don't worry about it. That's a work in progress. This is also an infinite rumble, so if possible, we should avoid having to navigate menus during play. Overwhelming. Well, and so that, like, I agree, but hopefully you understand, like, at least what I'm saying. So, like, it wouldn't slow the game down, right? It would be like, you would be moving, and let's say I hover over this cow right here. You see that arrow pops up? If I'm hovering over the cow, the arrow pops up. If I move away, it disappears. So it would be like that, where if you're hovering over the thing, instead of an arrow popping out, it would be a menu. And you choose click or click, and then you keep moving. So it's like, it wouldn't slow the game down. It wouldn't stop anything. It would just appear, and you'd click one or the other option, and then keep moving. But, like, I don't disagree. Because, but it's like, so then the only, and to me, it's like, I feel like it would be good to have it just as an experiment, you know, in the spirit of prototyping, just have it there. Because the alternative is we develop a better grabbing system that can be used to drag to the player or the score dunk, which is also a lot to think about during gameplay. Like, I honestly, like, in my mind, the menu seems like it would be less overwhelming than having to be dragging things all the time, but I'm not really sure yet. Can a UFO fly above and you decide to drag the people to the UFO or to the part you want to heal? Basically, yeah. Pretty much. That's what I mean when I say score dunk. I'm saying, like, you know, I was imagining those space pearls. It would just be like a space pearl here, and the space pearl is just able to transcend space and time and can warp things. But, I mean, the UFO is a cool idea. It's basically a UFO. It's basically a UFO. So, yes. Yeah. You would drag it either to the body part you want to heal, or you would drag it to the dunk. One of those two choices, basically. That would be the alternative. And when you're picking up, little indicators could appear above showing where you could bring it. Yeah. Exactly. So, I mean, I could just do that, right? But, you know, it's like I can see a path on how to do the menu. And it could be implemented and work. Maybe by the end of the stream. Probably. The grabbing is kind of like, I'm going to have to do some deep research. And maybe I should. Maybe I should do some research and see what other people do for grabbing and stuff. That's the alternative. Not saying what you're trying is a waste. Yeah. So like, I don't really know, you know, and that's why I'm doing the menu. If nothing else, you know, it could be like a debug to just get the mechanic in there, and it's like, okay, this feels bad. We need to get the grabbing fixed. But as of right now, there's no version of the mechanic that's really usable. Like, I can walk over this cow, and you'll see it'll actually heal the limbs. The legs don't grow properly, and it's a broken healing system because I haven't actually really worked on it. And technically, I could drag this cow up and run into the head, and you can see it gets bigger. And so it technically heals it. But the limbs, they're not in the right spots and stuff, so that's a whole problem. So it kind of works, but it's just like, it's really bad. And the thing doesn't even get consumed and go away, for one thing. And, you know, obviously the grabbing has a lot of issues. It's just like, do I do the simpler thing that can get the mechanic in there? Or do I do the more complicated thing that I don't even know where to start with? And I gotta be honest, I'm also kind of gauging by the chat, you know? I'm like, look, I don't see anyone in chat offering to help me, which is fine. Please don't. Chill. Watch. Go do other things. You know what I mean? Don't worry about me. But that's part of the reason why I'm not going to lean into the grabbing thing, because it's way out of my depth. And I'm going to have to learn something quite new, which I'm willing to potentially do. But I think what just, like, at least for now, makes sense to me is just to get a basic version of it and then worry about it. So I'm going to say eat. I don't really know how I want to style this or whatever. Eat. Abduct. You know, if anything, it can really just be seen as a sort of karma bar. So there is karma. Karma is the heart in the middle. I've started to lay the groundwork for the system, but I haven't really put it into effect yet. But it is here. So the heart, just like the limbs shrink down, the heart would shrink down. And that would be how the karma is represented. I actually did used to have entire HP bars, but I set them aside for now. Do you have a UFO model? I don't. So my plan for the UFO model is to be just like basically a transparent sphere that has some shader effects on it. I really don't want to do like a flying saucer. I don't know. I feel like flying saucers are boring. But maybe. I mean, I could be convinced, but I don't think I plan on doing a flying saucer. It might be cool if it was like the shape of the alien's head or something. But, yeah. No. I do not. No, don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. I want to make all the assets. I don't want... I'm not looking for collaborators unless you want to help with code, but even then I still want to do it myself. You know what I mean? Like, I'm here to be advised, but I don't want anyone making full assets for me, preferably. Not for this game. Not for this game. Please don't. Well, then I'm certainly glad I'm not accepting any offers. You can make it, but it won't be used in this project. Oh yeah, yeah, sure, totally. Yeah, you can make it. You can make it, right? If you're inspired to make an alien flying saucer, I'd love to see it. Oh my gosh, I'd show it off. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. All right. So there's this, whatever, 2 buttons that pop up. Beautiful. This will be, we'll call it meat menu for now. It's the meat menu. I'm gonna save this. I don't think I really need to do much else. I mean, maybe I could make it like larger. Maybe make the text bigger. Yeah, make it to show off I'm sure look, I don't know why you're being so hard on yourself. Why do that? Why would you do that? Like, you don't deserve that. You don't deserve that. We're all trying our best. We're all trying our best. I don't make the best models. I sometimes I talk to about myself that way too, but I try not to. I try not to. Because it you know, you deserve more compassion than that. All right, so there's some buttons. They may be a little too big there. Maybe we can make them a little smaller. Not that small. A little bigger. Okay. Eat, abduct. Great, beautiful, wonderful. Now, this is something that I want to actually have appear in different places. So, let's save the scene. This is an NPC's debug. I'm going to put this in... Hit points. This might... Maybe I'll just do, like, menus. We'll just make a... Oh, I guess I could put this in UI. That would be a good place. Oh, we do have a health. Oh, and then the HP bar. All right, so let's put this in the health folder. I'm going to say meat menu. That's what we'll call it. I tried to make a base mesh block out, and it got stuck only at the block out. While sculpting, there were errors that made me delete it. The topology after sculpting was horrific. Oh, geez. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. We're using Blender. It's tough. I don't know. I'm getting better. I'm finding that a lot of my models that I made had some problems with them, and I'm learning how to do them a little better. I'm finding there's little mistakes that I made in them. It takes practice, right? I found my wireless adapter for my Wacom tablet, so I can use it without getting in my way. Okay, I didn't know that was a problem. What? Like a wire? Radoslav understands. I don't even understand. I hear you. I didn't know that was a problem for you. That does sound annoying. I don't really use tablets like that, but I guess a wire. It was super... I guess, like, especially if you're trying to get, like, the right angle, that would inhibit the angle, potentially. Nice. Congrats. Okay, so this thing I want to spawn in. Obviously, it doesn't do anything yet. That's okay. So we come to this meat script. Progigon uses they, them pronouns, by the way. So if target is set to self, so I'm gonna actually drag this menu into the script, into the scene here. Where is it? The meat scene. UI meat. Oh, no, it's here. UI health meat menu. There it is. The meat script is just floating out here. I didn't mean for that to be the case. Let me drag this in there as well. Okay. So the meat menu's in there. We want it to not be built. So right now, if I were to drag this meat object into the debug scene, let's do that. Oh, not just the menu. We want the meat scene in general, which I guess I put somewhere else. Yeah, right, because that's in debug NPCs. Here it is. Okay. There we go. There's the... Oh, God, it's so big. Okay, hold on. Doesn't need to be quite that large. Yeah, I think we could size that down a lot. Quite a significant amount, in fact. 0.1, 0.5. I'm gonna do the same thing over here for the collision. 0.1, 0.5. That's a bit more reasonable. Still seems a little large, but that's okay. It's debug. I'll take it. All right, so there's that. So as of right now, there should just be a bunch, and actually there's going to be a bunch of them, right? Because this is going to spawn in every time one of these tiles spawns in. It's going to spawn in another set of these buttons, which isn't great. We don't actually really want that. I absolutely do not want that. So I think what I will do is we can instantiate it. I feel like that's going to make the most sense. So let's not put the meat menu in here. And instead on the meat script, we'll say that if it's hovered, the menu pops up. And we'll just instantiate that script or that scene. Probably a better way to do this, but that's what I'm doing for now. Using the knowledge that I have of doing things. Okay, so we come back to the meat script. We want to say menu and specifically point this to class meat hides a global script class. Okay. Interesting. So that means I can't. What does that mean? I'm guessing that means I can't. There's no like tree to get or something. That doesn't make sense. So how can I instantiate something? Add the widget to the menu. What is a widget? I don't know about that. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I don't think that's what that means. Unless I don't understand what you mean. Class meat hides a global script class. What? Class? I'm gonna have to look it up. I don't understand what that means. Okay, so let me just get this correct scene in here first. Yeah, they are called widgets. So I understand, but I don't understand how what you're saying makes sense to my situation. Okay, drag this in here. Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying. Thank you for trying, but I don't understand what you're saying. All right, let me see if I can look this up. Class hides a global script class. I don't know what that means. GDScript class hides a global script class. $11 months ago. That's good. First, make sure you're not defining a class name in your script. This will cause a name conflict since class name loads the class name you defined into global class registry. But I'm not auto-loading. I'm not auto-loading anything. Oh, is it because I'm using the word meat? No, that's not why. I wish that was why. You wish. That's not why. Whoa. Oh, wait, that resolved the error here. Oh, this is a different error. The error is up here. That was confusing. I see. It wasn't down here. The error is up here. Gotcha. It says at 3 and at 12, but now it's really only at 3. Class meat hides a global script class. Maybe there's something already called meat, and maybe that's why. What if I say this is... I'm just gonna call it meat_health. That must be what it is. It must be that this name is like already taken. That's the best guess that I have. I don't think that's it, Radoslav. Yeah, I think the name. Yeah, I think there's, so this one's called hit, but then again, this one has an underscore and it's not turning green. What I don't understand, the error did say script in it. I'm a little confused. See how this one turns, oh, you're covering it up. How this one turns green. This one doesn't, but if I make it meat, it does. Like the script, oh, because the script name, that is the script name. Okay. All right, so maybe, oh, there it goes, now it's green. Okay, all right. So maybe, are you telling me that I can't name classes the same name as their script? I didn't know that. This one's called copter, and that's called copter. If I make this lowercase? See, that's confusing. It doesn't complain about it here. And I don't believe I have an auto load set up for anything like that. So I'm overall a bit confused, but I'm glad it's happy now. Kind of weird. I'm trying to rename. The thing I had to do is remove the error, but was detach the script from the node that is using it and load the renamed one. Oh, maybe, so, oh, you know what I did do? I moved the folder that the script was in. Wait, now it's not giving me the error anymore. I think it's just because I made a change in like the file structure, and I think it just got a little confused. So I think we're good now. All right, so we want to instantiate this scene, this menu, if we hover over, if it sees, if the grab target, the raycast, sees this. Now I did just do it, and I didn't see a menu get instantiated. So there's something going on here. So see, I'm hovering over it, and the raycast reports Does it report that it sees it? Oh, that's player proximity. Moving folders around often causes Godot to have all kinds of problems. It's one of Godot's biggest weaknesses. Yeah, really. It should be. No, it wasn't duplicate. It was just like folder stuff. It was just like file structure stuff. Just moving things around and renaming stuff confused Godot for a second. Who is this person just moving things around with no cares in the world? I'll show her exactly. Yeah, I agree, Joe. I mean, I know you've been using Godot for a long time, so that's probably been a problem for a while, and I've noticed that. I always like have to like, I get like a little tremor in my heart, not because I have heart problems probably, but because I'm just like, oh my gosh, like I just renamed something. Is everything gonna fall apart? Usually it's not too bad. You know, just like a restart or renaming something, moving something around again, reconnecting things will make it better. But you know, if you think about it, if you have a really intricate system of stuff, changing one thing could cause a lot of problems. Oh yeah, GitHub, right, totally. I am trying to do that as much as possible. Okay. So, I did notice that the scene isn't showing up for some reason. Let's make sure it's actually, first of all these print messages down here are useless. They're not helping me at all. So I'm gonna come get rid of the ones that are there. This is all from an earlier debug. Oh, and I think these are maybe on the copter script. So let me clean this up so we can be more specific about what we want to print. And let's do it in a couple places. Hey, J. Jordan. You missed it? You missed it? What did you miss? Welcome, Jordan. And whatever it is, I'm sure you were already forgiven before you even missed it. So on the camera where the raycast is, I'm gonna print what it's seeing so we can at least detect if it's seeing this. What are we doing? I am trying to, yeah, so there it's seeing the copter, which only the first copter is called copter. The rest of them are just called like area 2D, area 3D. It's a little hard to tell here. So I don't think it's, the raycast is actually seeing this. Oh, you know why? Because we have to add a special collision mask to it. That's why. That's why. So take the obstacle script, for example, which it was able to see very easily. We have to add the requisite collision layers and stuff. Yes, yes. So, so right now, I do have a very crappy grab mechanic. The game is about an alien invading Earth, and what I want is for you to be able to either eat and consume humans and animals on Earth, or abduct them and send them to your home planet. And so I started a long time ago making this grab mechanic, but it's not good. It needs a lot of work. And even if I try to grab and hold on to it, it gets let go of very easily. This is a bit of a complex task, and I don't really sense that there's someone in chat who like can really guide me. And I could look up tutorials, which I'm willing to do, but instead, what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna develop a like debug alternate way to do this, which is that if we hover over something that's grabbable, so you can see how that little arrow appears. If we hover over something that is like either able to be abducted or healed with, I want a menu to pop up instead of this arrow. And the menu lets you choose heal or abduct. And I just kind of want to see, just that way we have like a version of the mechanic that exists in the game that can be used. I want to set that up. And it may well be like, okay, this is inferior. We need to figure out how to get grabbing to look better. But I'd rather just get it in some form, just to see how that works. And then I can start building out the rest of the mechanic as well, like what happens when you do heal, what happens when you do abduct, stuff like that. So I'm setting it up so that way that actually pops up when we hover over these things. Make a base actor that could be raycasted. Make all objects inherit from it. And have functions like take damage and apply damage made in the base class and overridden in the child. Make a base actor, that's some Unreal speak, that can be always raycasted. And make all objects in, yep, that's what I'm doing. That's it. Functions that take, yeah, we're already doing that. That's already what it is. We on that. Yeah, yep. Yeah, yep. It's already set up that way. Left click for eat. Yeah, I was thinking that too, actually, J. Jordan. I actually think that's a good idea. I like that. Thank you for bringing that up again. I was thinking that too. We could even have like, yeah, it's tough because we got to be able to display those controls. You know, ideally this game would be able to be played with a controller or a mouse, so we'd kind of want to be able to detect which one it has. I think that's a really good idea, actually. And that's something that I'm certainly open to. But yeah, we already have that set up that way, Radislav. So, like the house, for example, that we can attack, it's totally modular. We can add that obstacle script to anything. Abductable people can be destroyed with massive amounts of damage on eat and added to an array. Plus to the square for every abducted. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So yeah, like this building, the hit point script is modular. This building, we can apply that same logic to anything. I bump into it, it causes me damage. All that stuff is modular. All right, so if I want to set these, I like the left click, right click thing. I do like that a lot. I feel like, you know, because if I imagine what that would look like, you know, it could be like let's say you get the two text pop-ups, like eat or abduct. Thanks, Jay Jordan. Yeah, I put that together last week. It looks good, right? And then, you know, there could be like a mouse thing. I don't know, like there's a mouse. And it could do one of these. And like if you eat, it's this one. Right? Nice. Thanks, Jordan. Yeah, that's something that I want to add for the rest of the things as well. The rest of the objects. So we could do something like that maybe. Where it's just kind of like floating above it when you hover it, and it can like tell you which to do. And then maybe that goes away. Once you like do it a couple times, those button assignments, or those helpers go away. I think that's actually a really great idea. It'd make it a lot faster. I am gonna start with this still though, and then like we can always change to that if necessary. But yeah, so that's just, Godot has built-in particle effects that let us just blow things apart, which is kind of nice. Maybe when you hover over an object on the first level, yeah. I feel like if I did it, I would set it up where if the player does it, yeah, maybe the first level, yeah, pretty much like that, yeah, like that, pretty much. But yeah, and then so for the helicopter, we can break the windows, but I haven't added the particles yet to it, but I will. We'll get there. I can't wait to see how the difficulty and penalty will instantly ramp the health and damage of the hittable objects to be heavy hitter with almost no way to destroy. Yeah, me too. And so that's why I try to like really keep my head down and get these mechanics put in place. Because the sooner that all the more fundamental mechanics are there, the more I can start experimenting with balancing. But like right now, it feels like there's not any balancing work that I can really do because the gameplay isn't built yet. But yeah, I feel that. So I'm gonna want to go to the health script. I feel like in here, we're not actually setting any. What is the collision that the cow has then? In my file system, I've got probably an NPCs cow scene. The cow has the health script. Right. Oh, we weren't looking at the health script? Oh, okay. So we want to make sure all of these collision... Oh, we want to add to the group meat, probably. I don't really remember. I don't think I'm using this, but just in case, we'll leave it on there. So I need all of this on my meat script. So that way, it's detectable. Now we should be able to detect it. How big is the project in gigabytes, megabytes? I don't know. I saw that you forked it on GitHub, so you should have some idea if you go there. There it is. Nice. So now when I hover over this, it spawns this menu. Now it's going to keep spawning it, so we only want it to happen one time. But yeah, the GitHub repo link is in the description box. That should tell you. But I mean, I can check too. It should be about... $1 gigabyte. It's about 1 gig. It's about 1 gig. You made a README for it? You made a README for it? I don't use GitHub, so I don't even know. I was wondering why you forked it. I was like, why would someone do that? Like, okay, but like, why? I don't even, like, I barely even know what the implications of someone having forked it is. I don't even know. I don't think I did play Dead Island. Big boy zombies can one-hit you if you make even the slightest mistakes with their weapons modifications with the damage type. It stuns them and balances. I love that. I want that. I want that. So I'm hungry to just like experiment with those things. I want to so badly. I really want to experiment with those things. But I just can't yet, because I don't have a gameplay loop that exists. So there's no way to add a system like that in yet. But I want it. Someone forking it just means that they can keep developing their own version alongside you, and eventually they can do a pull request to merge their fork into your original repo. Oh, okay. Oh, so like, then they'll get the updates and stuff? And those updates will auto-merge with their changes, but it won't necessarily merge with the main project? Interesting. I'm very GitHub ignorant, so thank you. I can't believe you made a README. It's kind of interesting. All right, so now when we hover over it, it does pop up a menu. Now, ideally, it would pop up at the position. Not only would it pop up, but I would want it to change its position. So we kind of need it to get rid of itself. We only want one instance of this menu to exist. What's likely happening is many instances are getting added. So if we look at the remote here, every time I hover, I bet a new one is going to get created. Not there. Those are the copters. Here, see all these controls? These are all the new menus. In fact, I bet even if I hover over the same ones, there's 20 of these menus right now. you can see this little bar jump up whenever I hover it, because it's just multiplying it. I actually only want one of those to exist. And I want that one actually to move around. So I don't know, maybe I don't want to instantiate it, you know? The gameplay loop currently is running infinitely and killing houses and helicopters, and well, soon it will have abduct eat things. Yep. Yeah, there is an auto load. Yeah, maybe I could put it there. It's just, I'm not really sure. I've never really used that for like something like this. Commits can go from the parent to the forks, but I'm not entirely sure. I'll look it up. Interesting. I'd be kind of curious, but like, you know, no pressure. Because you know what would make more sense? Is if this existed like on the player or in the main scene. I think that makes more sense. Instead of instantiating it. I think I don't want to instantiate it. I think what I want to do instead is come to my autoload script, add a new signal. I'm going to say signal health hovered. I don't think I have that. We do have that. So let's make a new one. We're going to say meat hovered instead, just as the variant for now. And then I'm gonna emit, so this is an autoload, this is a singleton, this is what exists as a global script. And what I'll do is say that when it's hovered, it's going to emit the health hovered signal. And we probably want to put the position of this thing here. So you should probably say self global position or something. And I'm just going to say position. Let's capture it. I'm going to say variable position equals self global position. And then we'll send this information along with the signal. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. So then I'm going to make sure that this exists, this meat menu exists in the main scene. I kind of imagine it being on the player, since the player like interacts with it or whatever. So I think I'll drag it into there. So I'm gonna put the meat menu into here with the player. Random thought, signals are usually named something like on action happened. Whoa. That's helpful. That's helpful. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with when it comes to that stuff. If it isn't for you guys telling me, I'm just sort of guessing. It's too late to refactor now, but it's just a naming thing. Doesn't matter much. Well, we're gonna start right now. We're gonna start setting this standard. So then the next time I come in here and I'm like, why is this one different? Oh, because that's what you're supposed to do. On action happened. So we're gonna say on meat hovered. I love it. Let's go. Let's refactor this one. Super easy, not hard. And then maybe I'll start doing it. Thank you. Thank you. That's really helpful. Yeah, it probably won't be too bad. It'll be a little bit, but Godot does a pretty good job at keeping it efficient. But it's not ideal. We're past that. We're not gonna spawn it multiple times. Don't worry. Alright. So, the meat menu is just going to exist here on the player. I'm going to make it hidden. And I'm going to put a script on here. The meat menu will just have its own script. And this script is going to look for messenger on meat hovered connect. Psychonic, I will, like, if you ever have any other thoughts like that about conventions, I want to know them. You know, if you feel like it. I'm going to say menu visibility. Really, I would guess I would say menu or show menu. I don't think it's gonna hide it here. Probably. Maybe. No, I'll do menu visibility. Okay. Func menu visibility. And we want it to call with the position of where it's supposed to go. I want to say that it becomes visible. So I'll just say self visible true. So I don't even want to necessarily hide it. I mean, I do want to hide it in the player, but we also want it to fundamentally be hidden. Which is a little, I mean, yeah, I don't think it'll work if it's hidden. Like, the buttons won't work. So I think we're fine with that. Where did I go? Where did I, oh, meat menu. Here we go. Let me close some of these. Let me close some of these. I thought if the signal is named, for example, my signal, the convention is to name the function called on. I didn't know that. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why. That's why I said that when I said it. Because I was like, am I already breaking convention? I like convention. I'm open to convention. Or at least, I would like to know it. So if I'm defying it, I'm defying it intentionally and not on accident. Emission on my signal. I don't know. That feels like what I kind of assumed without knowing convention is I would want to name the function something that makes sense. But then again, that kind of makes sense. So just say emission on meat hovered. I'm okay with that. It's kind of a lot, but if it makes it easier for somebody to like, if it makes it easier for somebody to understand this who looks at this, then that's the most important thing to me. You know? The more readable it is to somebody else, the better to me. Even myself, because often, you know what I'm doing? This kind of makes sense, Joe. Because you know what often happens? I'll come to a script and I'm like, okay, what makes this function run? Why did this function run? And I gotta scroll up here. Okay, got hit. Oh, I see. Something ungrabbed makes got hit run. But you know what? It'd save me a lot of time if instead of not knowing what connects to it. It just says it in the function. So that already seems like a better way to do it to me, because then I don't have to go looking. If I know it's always going to be the signal name, now I already know what signal it's connected to. Don't have to check the signal if it's got the signal name in it. I like that. You guys helping me. Yeah, event dispatchers. Yes. Absolutely. 100%. Correct. So it's going to make it visible. And then I also want it to somehow, and this is going to be a little tricky, but I want its position only on the X and the Y. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work out. Not even necessarily self. I'm not really... This is going to be kind of wacky, because this control node takes up the whole thing. I'd really want to make sure it wraps to the stuff on the inside, you know? Or whatever. So maybe set it up more like this. Make it appear when something is hovered and disappear if the thing stops being hovered. Yeah, exactly. That's the plan. That's the plan. So then I want to get self position. Can I say just like, I don't know if I want to say global or what. Self position X, will that work? Set it to position. I'm gonna say meet position, just so it doesn't get confused. Yeah, I don't know, something like that. Meet position. I don't need that much granular guidance. Joe might be right. I'm not sure. Now that you put it that way, my bad. I mean, what bad? What bad? It's worth questioning. It's worth questioning. But this is so nice. Like, to just see where this is coming from in the function name. It's like a eureka moment. I'm like, of course. Why would I ever do it any other way? Self position X equals, I want to attempt to say meet position X. I don't know if this will actually work. I have no idea. It may not work, but I'm gonna try it. Okay, well, it's definitely going somewhere. And it's only spawning once, so that's good. So it's appearing up in the top left. So the positioning, it seems like it's just centering it in the top left corner. But at least it's appearing, and it's only appearing once. And we need to figure out something else for its position. But it's definitely going to some position, which is good. Do I say global for this? Hell no. If I don't do any of the position stuff, what happens? Then it appears in the middle. So let me actually print let me see what we're getting from meat position. What I want to see is that this is a vector 3 in different spots. And before I do that, let me turn off the raycast, or the printing on the raycast, because that's going to get annoying. That's going to get real annoying. And so what we should see down here are different vector 3s. In theory, that represent the position. Yeah, indeed. So there, it's printing all different types of positions. So we do have the position data there. It's just a matter of translating that into something that the control node can understand and interpret. I guess I'd be curious. You made the README and a pull request? What? I don't even know what that means! I mean, I kinda do, but I also don't. What do I do about this? What? Looks like you got your first contribution. I'm gonna put it in dark mode. GitHub dark mode and dark reader do not go that great together. Looks like you got your first contribution. Visit your community profile to learn more about recommended open source practice. I don't know nothing about this. I don't know nothing about this. This is cool. This is cool. 2 games will be made? I don't think that's how it works. I don't know. Do I want to disable forks? I don't know that I do. It's kind of cool. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, why bother? I think it's pretty cool. How do I see the README? Here? Oh, wow. Green Alien game. This is the GitHub repo for the game Lee's made in her streams. Find the streams here. Links, Patreon, Discord, YouTube. Yo, this is awesome. This is awesome. I gotta go bright mode so we can see it properly. Hey, this is cool. Well, I'll have to look into this. I'll have to look into this. Submit feedback that must be addressed before merging. If there was something that I would suggest, it would only be to add the credits list link in here somewhere. Dude, this is awesome. So this, I guess, would just like appear in my folder on my computer. This is very interesting. Jordan, you're the first like GitHub contributor. I'd probably change other things too, like say, I mean, because like I never thought about making a README, but now that I am, I'm like, well, I guess I would do it a little differently. But I don't even know, like, you know, like how, like etiquette wise, like how nitpicky I should be. I don't even know. Got a collaborator. I feel like that's a whole new credit. I'm even gonna add that up here early on in the credits list. We're gonna add a special new credit for that. Any change I want? It's just pretty cool. GitHub forks, I don't know. Give Jay Jordan that one. Hey, thanks for your help and thanks for hanging out. Good hunting. Thanks, Radoslav. Take care. See you later. Thank you. But I think it's public. Yeah. The link is pretty, it's pretty ugly. It's a pretty ugly link, but it is technically there. Well, that's something I'm gonna need to look into a little bit. I gotta add that to my to-do list. GitHub pull request stuff. I've added it to my to-do list. Look, you're already there. Dang. Or somebody is. All right. So. Right. So I wanted to try to find the position of. I guess I just want to print what is the position of the menu that's already there. Just to like better understand how that's all coming together. So when I hover over it, it appears and it's printing the position of the capsule, which is good. But I want the menu to actually appear at the capsule. Now it gets a little complicated, and this is kind of why, yeah. Well, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I'm not even gonna think about it really. I feel like it's a little tricky to say that it only appears while you're hovering it, because then we're also going to need space above the menu, right? So you're going to have to keep hovering. It gets a little... The menu needs to stay there for a bit, but if you think about it, everything is moving along. So we actually have to render this in the scene, because we need the menu to keep moving with the object. And so each object actually does need its own menu that it instantiates. But then that menu goes away. So I don't think this is gonna work. Sometimes I just gotta try stuff. I don't know what a better name is, but the project name that I've been going with is Alien Meat World. And that's just a working title as we look for something better. But that would make it more consistent with everything else. So you somehow have to project the 3D coordinates of the node hit by the raycast into the 2D screen space coordinates of the control node, correct? There might be a built-in GDScript function for that. Oh. Well, I guess I'm also thinking maybe we just do a sub viewport and we just have the thing appear in the scene. And every meat object just has its own menu that pops up next to it. You know, and so we hover over it and it just stays there above the object itself. And if we're hovering over the menu or the object, the menu stays there. And if we move away from the menu or the object, then the menu goes away. So that way we don't even have to worry about spawning too many or whatever. I think that's gonna work better. So unfortunately, I don't even know if I'm gonna do that anymore, Joshmo. For me, you know, this is kind of the way, this is why I say hacky versus helpy. This is my hacky. And I like my hacky. And I just try stuff. I start doing it a certain way, and I realize, maybe this way isn't gonna work. And then I change it. So I'm gonna, for now, just comment all this out. We're just gonna comment it all out. And we're going to do this a little differently. So every meat object will just have a meat menu on it. Except I want it to be like a sub viewport. I don't even know that I need to do that. So before, the way we had done this previously is that we had a health bar that would appear. So right here, you can see in the scene, this is a 2D scene, this health bar. That's 2D. I ended up not keeping the health bar because I didn't really like it. I do like it, but I also don't. It's there in case we need it. But overall, I kind of want to avoid it if possible. And so in here, we have a sub viewport, and we're setting that sub viewport texture via code. Right, so we put it as a child. Okay, so let's do that. I think that's what I want to do. So if I come to each meat object, I think I just want to add a sub viewport in there. We also have a sprite. Oh, maybe we need the sprite 3D as the top level. And then the viewport is a texture. The sub viewport is a texture. And that's what we set in code like this to get the texture. That is the sub viewport. Okay. So I'm going to come here to the meat. And are we doing that in the ready function? Yes. So Jordan updated it. Let's go. Oh, so instead of an area 3D, so that kind of becomes a bit of an issue because this is not an area. This is not a sprite anymore. Goes fast with the right tools. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I feel like I want to do this like off stream. Like I don't even know. I just don't even know. I don't even know what I think about it, you know? I don't even know what I think about it. But I'll take a look at it. Alien Meat World. Alright. Thanks to everyone for sharing your contributions. I love it. This is good. I feel like if there were any changes I'd make, it'd just be like typos and stuff. But it looks good. And I have to take it as like, you know, you making this tells me that it should be here. You know, that the fact that there isn't a README is like kind of an issue. So I'm like really glad that you're inspiring me to make this. Change it. All right, so that's if I make a change, that's the change I'll make. But it looks great. Fantastic work. Thank you. I love this. This is so cool. Go team. I'm excited to check this out later. I just want to put my full attention to it. Nice, Jordan. Thank you. Let's go. We're in this together. So I guess I'll make a sprite 3D child here. And in there, so I'm gonna call this meat menu sprite, or maybe I'll just say sprite meat menu. Again, don't know what's great for conventions. I just do what I do to get it done. We want to add a sub viewport in there. And then I'm going to add a script for sprite meat menu. And we want to say in the ready function, set the texture to viewport texture. Let me get the music going again. YouTube music player is Not a great music player. It tries. It does try. I wish I had like shuffle. That would be amazing. Alright, so that will get the texture, and that'll apply it to the sub viewport. And I believe if we add like tool, at tool up here, we'll be able to actually see it. Sometimes you have to like reload things to get it to show up right. And I gotta place it. I'm not exactly sure where it's gonna show up. Yeah, probably like right there. And then on the sub viewport, oh, it's there. Oh, we need to do some like alpha stuff as well. There's a few things to do here first. And a few things to sort out. There it is. There it is. Looks beautiful. Just beautiful. Okay, cool. So that's an interesting place for it to show up. Alright. Pull the Discord into the spamming with pull requests. Okay. Alright. Whoa. Oh no, my Godot cursor disappeared. Oh, dang it. I hate when this happens. I hate when this happens. This do be happening sometimes, though. If I click on Godot, so I click away from Godot, my cursor's back. When I come back to Godot, it's gone. I hate this. This is a bug that I do get sometimes using Godot, at least 4.1. I don't know if the same thing happens in 4.2. I need to upgrade, honestly. Alright, we'll just reboot it. It's just a do-over. Yes. Oh gosh. Please save. Please save! So I just need to get the position of this control node to be where I want it. I also need to add an alpha transparency. I believe I have done this. I mean, I certainly did for the health bar. So I just kind of need to copy that, and then we'll be alright. Alright, so there's that. Let's see what we did over here. Oh, we can set it to centered? That might help. It is set to centered. 0, 0, not flipped. Modulate Y, pixel size 0.1, axis, Z axis. That all looks the same. We might want to do some flags. Let me bring this closer. Doesn't look like it. I feel like it usually will tell you if there's changes. I don't see any changes. So I think we can ignore that. Oh, transform. There's some transform differences. I don't think we need to worry about that. Okay, so let me look at the sub viewport. Looks like we've turned off 3D. Transparent background. So come down to the sub viewport. Turn off 3D. Transparent background. Looking better. Looking better. We still got it in a weird spot. I don't see any other changes here, though. The HP bar seen, it's set up with just a progress bar. I don't think we need to worry about that. Famous last words. That's true. That's true. I should catch that. Yes. You might be right. Let me go into the scene. I mean, I could get rid of the control node And we could try just having the V-Box as the top level. That'll be a little tricky. I'm not really using the script right now, the meat menu script. I could get rid of that. It's gonna be a little tricky. Almost as bad a jinx as deploying on a Friday afternoon. It's bad luck to deploy on a Friday afternoon. Oh, because it's the weekend and you might, if you like deploy on a Friday afternoon, you might end up like messing up your whole weekend. That does sound like a bad thing. How dare somebody deploy on a weekend? Right. Yeah, that sounds not good. Don't be that person. Alright, I'm gonna try it just being the menu. See if that turns out any better. We might have to like reload the scene for it to show up correctly. It can just be a little buggy sometimes. Getting things to update correctly, or it's just like not there. But sometimes like the textures don't update. Maybe I'll just try re-adding it on here. Drop it back in. There it is. Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, control node was just making it worse. Alright, good, good. And then we should be able to just move this up like that. I can see we have a pretty big area here, so if I'm gonna, I probably want to say if the buttons are being hovered, but then again, I might want to put like a panel back here. I don't know, because I see that there's this like large area, this like orange square. I don't know, I want to think about the if hovered thing a little bit. Because if we say, if a button is hovered, if you go to move between the two buttons, and you unhover it for a second, that could be bad news. If you screw something up like a major vulnerability, then you can say goodbye to your weekend, yeah. Woe unto those. Not only do you screw up, because not only would you screw up your own weekend, but if you're on a team, you probably screwing up someone else's weekend, or at least stressing them out. Didn't I just see like a GMTK script or GMT Scray video? GMTK video about deploying on Fridays? He said he got it from like Valve product workflow playtest deploy or something like that. We deploy on the weekend. I don't remember, but I just remember in the new GMTK video he was talking about that, and I could have sworn he said on Friday he deploys it. Because that's what Steam or Valve did for like whatever, Half-Life. Am I imagining that? Monday's the best day to deploy. Best unwritten rule I've ever had on a team. If somebody has to work off hours to fix your bug, you owe them lunch. Keeps it friendly. Interesting. If somebody has to work off hours to fix your bug, you owe them lunch. I think you owe your boss a smack in the face for making you work off hours. That's what I think. We deploy Sunday night, so customers are 24/7 global, so we don't get downtime allowances. Valve playtesting philosophy. It's the second suggestion you got. Oh, it is? Thanks. This one? Monday's the worst day because all your clients come Monday. Whoa. That makes sense. Oh gosh, the ads. In the videos part? Oh, I see. Oh, I didn't even realize GMTK made another video about this before. I didn't know that. Well, I'm risking my computer internet. I don't know. Honestly, the internet's been behaving really well lately, but I kind of don't want to tempt it. So let me just see if I can hop into the transcript. I don't know. This is too much to look into. I don't have time for this. Valve internal processes, though, are kind of Darwinian. Whoa. Joe has 11 credits? Oh, Psychonic. Oh, yeah, Psychonic does. Yeah. Psychonic's just been helping. Psychonic's been helping. There's a couple missing from there, too. I feel like Dragon Blade might have a couple extra. No, the one I was referencing was, the newest one, this one that he put out. It was this one. And he talks about, yeah, like right there, actually, I think. Actually, this is the part. On Friday, I work on, okay, yeah, this is it. Yeah, him changing the graphics. Yeah. On Friday, I work on bug fixing. I take a few items off of my ever-growing Trello to-do list. Try to find a good way to solve that bug, do some more bug fixing. And then at the end of the day, I take what I have, test it, and export a new build. He deploys on Fridays and then gives it to playtesters. I was thinking that when I was watching this, I was like, wait, so you deploy it to playtesters the same day you give it to playtesters the same day that you like put a new build out? I don't know. I guess that definitely forces them to find the bugs. So maybe that is a good strategy because you want them to find the bugs. But yeah, I remember thinking that was kind of weird. But then he says that he got this from, yeah, this. Oh, there's that video. Yeah. That's where he got that plan from. So I don't know. I'm not saying that you should do it on Fridays or whatever, but it's funny that you mentioned that Ash Kettle. Because I was just like, I don't know how I feel about that. He might give sources. Oh, that's true. Well, he's gonna reference his own video. As he should. Steam hardware and software survey? That's gotta be something else. It's kinda cool though. Yeah, 11 credits. Yeah. I guess in the context of playtesting, it works because it'll take them time to actually play as compared to a server going down during the weekend. You'll need to fix that ASAP. True. Right. It's not like deploying like a product on Friday. It's a little different, right? That's a fair point. All right, Jordan. From playing all of Valve games over the years, I highly doubt they test their games too much. I actually have not played a lot of Valve games. I'm not saying I shouldn't. It just hasn't ever happened. I did try to play Portal, but I got bored with it really fast. I don't like puzzle games, so that's why I didn't like that. And then Counter-Strike, I don't know, I was just like, these people are mean. I don't want to play this anymore. And then Half-Life just never fell into my lap. It just never happened. I bet I would like Half-Life, though. I'm out. You haven't played Half-Life and Portal? I really want to play Half-Life. I have tried Portal, but I got bored with it because I hate puzzle games. I'm just like, ugh, this game just wants me to like play puzzles. Get out of my face. But it was very whimsical. It was very whimsical. And I respected that. Half-Life, I bet I would like Half-Life. I should honestly try Half-Life. In the end, Devin will replace us all in 3 to 4 years and Skynet will be real, so let's just enjoy the moment. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. To me, like to me, programming is a means to an end. And if there's a different means to that end, like, and what that end is making a game. I like making games. And if making games requires me to program, then I'll learn programming. If making games requires me to type the right prompt, then I'll type the right prompt. I'm still gonna make games though. The AI is not gonna be able to come up with a creative idea that is human. It just might cut out some of the labor for me. And to me, that's not that apocalyptic. I think there's way worse things about AI than taking my job. Not that I have a job. I'm low-key jealous of all the people who say Half-Life is amazing because I never got into it back then and I think it's hard to get into now. Oh no, it's too late. It's too late for me. Dang. I missed my chance. It's all about adapting to the reality. Yeah. What if you have both ways, but one is better? Like between like programming myself versus having an AI help me? I guess I would do... I don't know, it would depend. It would depend. It would depend on how I felt about the ethics of doing the better way. And what better means could be different for me than somebody else. So if it really is better for me, I might do it. It was the first FPS thingy with a story. Right, and I feel like that's why I would like it. Because, like, I like games like that. But also, it's the first. And not like Mario was the first platformer kind of first, but like, you know, this was in like a 3D, early 3D era, where 3D was really awkward when it first started, you know? Not the first, right, and first of all, maybe it's like generally one of the earliest. Never too late to get into a game. Alright. Unless all you care is graphics. Nah. But like the first Tomb Raider, I played that recently, semi-recently. Not that recently, but semi-recently. And I was like, damn, this is hard. Like, these 3D controls are devastating. I hated them. It was so uncomfortable to use. Even like something like GoldenEye. Just like the way that they tried to represent 3D movement and looking and aiming and shooting was just like all so... It didn't have the lessons that have been learned since those games first came out. Maybe the first 3D FPS that took off. That makes sense. Old school Dwarven Fortress is perhaps the most complex game ever created. That's true. I've heard that. That was a game I looked into when I was working on my original game idea, which what I'm making now just takes one little part of my dream game. My dream game being like a super, super detailed, realistic survival simulator. That includes things like limb damage, hence why I'm making this game that just has limb damage and none of all the other crap. But Dwarf Fortress was something that I was looking into for inspiration because it had so many different emergent possibilities throughout the gameplay. It's a little overwhelming. Dwarf Fortress is a little freaking overwhelming. I still haven't technically played it because every time I was like, guys, should I play it? People were like, you shouldn't play it. It's too hard. You won't like it. I'm like, okay. Never mind. The remastered Half-Lives are good. Noted. Can a vertical box have like a background? I guess I might want to add like a panel or something in here. Can a panel, we can know if it's focus entered, mouse entered? Okay, good. So I feel like I kind of want, I need to make some changes here. I'm gonna say that the top level is a panel. Or do I want like a, what was the other panel? Panel container. Let's make it a panel container. Then that way it'll be easier to detect if it's being hovered. I think that'll make more sense. And we'll keep the V-box there. And then I'll probably need to reload it in this scene. Drag the menu back in here. Nice. Alright, now it's got a little more of a background to it, which I think will work better. Alright, so that's in there. And that should just be there above each one of them. They remastered the Tomb Raider games. Oh! Yeah, I think I played like a ROM, like an old ROM. So I was genuinely playing the old one. Oh, it's doing that thing again! It's doing that thing again! Stop that. We've already been through this. I can't believe it did it again. That's concerning. Okay, so there should just be menus above all of these. Now, unfortunately, I can't actually click on the buttons. Oh dear. Oh, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about needing them to actually be properly interactable. Well, how the hell do I do that? Maybe there's a setting on the viewport, sub-viewport or something that can make it interactable. I did not quite think about that aspect. I'm also definitely seeing the textures get a little weird, like the text kind of disappears sometimes. But that's also happening with the debug numbers, so there might be like some draw setting we can change. Half-Life has Community Remake, they're good, but they took liberties in changing stuff. Figures. No figures. I mean, at that point, that's just like a mod. Alright, so I don't know. I might have to do some research on how to get this to be interactable. Handle input locally. If true, this viewport will mark incoming input events as handled by itself. If false, this is instead done by the first parent viewport that is set to handle input locally. What the hell does that mean? A sub-viewport container will automatically set this property to false. A sub-viewport container? What does that mean? GUI. Oh, so we actually have to turn it on to turn off the input. Snap controls to pixels. If true, the GUI controls on the viewport will lay pixel perfectly. I don't think I care about that quite right now. Enabled sub-windows. If true, sub-windows, pop-ups, and dialogues will be embedded inside the application window as control-like nodes. If false, they will appear as separate windows handled by the operating system. I don't think that's relevant. Canvas items. Half-Life 1 is known for having a bad last chapter. The community remake wanted to make it better. They made it longer. A lot longer? And very boring. At least in the original, it was a short thing. That's so weird. That is a significant liberty. That seems like it's too far. And it's not even good? Of course it's not good. I haven't noticed that about mods for games. It's like, someone's like, oh, I added a whole new level, whole new worlds, whole new characters, new companions. I'm like, I bet they suck. Like, you probably weren't paid a salary on a team of people hiring professionals to do the voice acting, write the script, implement the features. Not a mod, but I mean, I feel like it sounds similar. Community made adjustment to the original. I mean, like, culturally, it's kind of like a mod. They took the latest game engine from Valve at the time and remade the entire game from zero. From zero? Is that even Half-Life at that point? Did Valve not like that? They have to not be okay with that, right? What? Wow. Valve is so good. Like, Valve seems like they know how to, like, be loved by the community. They don't allow for profit use, but they allowed it to be sold on Steam. Valve is so cool. Did I check any boxes? Let me see if I can look it up. Let me see if I can look this up. They don't know how to count to 3? What does that mean? Does that mean there's no Half-Life 3? Godot sub-viewport buttons. $2023. Oh, it's an issue? When using an option button through a viewport in 3D, the focus on the options dropdown doesn't change when you click elsewhere. Well, I can't even get it to click in the first place. At least they can get it to click. Take the GUI in 3D demo, or use a sub-viewport container plus a sub-viewport. Maybe I need a sub viewport container. Going by programming counting, Half-Life 2 is actually the third Half-Life. Good point. Good point. Of course, Half-Life 0. Half-Life 3, no Portal 3, nothing 3. No Half-Life 3, no Portal 3, nothing 3. Right. Why would Valve even make games anymore? Now that they have Steam, why would they bother? Like, they're set. They're, like, good to go financially. Sub viewport container. I think I might want to do that. Because, like, they're so good at being a marketplace. They're so good at it. They don't bother anymore. Yeah, why? Why would they? They're a company. Their goal is to make money. And if they're making money, why would they need to do anything else? A sub-viewport container. A container used for displaying the contents of a sub-viewport. Okay. Well, I mean, it looks fine in here. Will that just make it work? Just magically work? Are you gonna say the same thing again? Oh. And then I also want to get rid of the health bar. Okay. I think Valve makes games only to showcase something they have. They made Half-Life 2 to showcase their game engine, to show the graphics, and sell the engine. Wow. What? Can you stop this? No, wait a minute. Oh, it's different now. Right. We have to change. Oh. So what I want to say sub-viewport container here instead then. As the texture. Can I set a sub-viewport container as a texture? I cannot. That's a no. But, like, at that point, why would it make a difference? If we put it in the container. I don't know. Maybe it will. What? Oh. What the flip? So I can't click on the stuff in the scene, but it renders something in 2D on the screen. And it seems like it's... This is very confusing. And one of these is at least taking the highlight. This is bizarre. I mean, maybe trying to use a button is a mistake here, overall. Why is the logo for Patreon, Hummable, and YouTube all red? Oh, and the README? I don't know. You put logos in a README? That's cool. They made a Portal game for Steam Deck. Alright. I guess that's something. Again, it sounds like they're showing off stuff. It is I, Edward, which stands for MERP 2.0. MERP has reincarnated as Edward. Right, the links. We can see how it looks on here. How do I see what it looks like? Because here, I don't even see anything at all. View file? Oh, these look good. Wow, those look awesome. Oh, readme. Gotcha. Oh. So the readme is just kind of like the page for the project. This looks beautiful. This looks gorgeous. So maybe it's just on your end that it's turning up weird. Because this looks great. This looks quite good. This is the default Premiere starting song? It is? Oh no. Oh no. Wow, actually it is. Wow, now that you mention it. Yeah, that's the thing. So I'm just trying to find all the license-free music that I can in Google's or in YouTube's Creator Music Library. And I was like, this one sounds kind of nice. And it's funny because once in a while I'll come across a song and I'm like, I've heard that before in a video or something. This is gonna be music that people use in YouTube videos. You're right, this is totally the Premiere. I feel like I should take it out. Maybe I should take it out. Maybe it's like bad form to have this here. But it's a cool song. I like it. But if it like gives the vibe of like a YouTube premiere starting, it's kind of useful to know. Like I almost want to use it. Agreed that it's cool. So maybe we just leave it and we just let it be an Easter egg. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. I want to like... I definitely want to deal with it off stream. But I love that you're working on it. I Sprite 3D on which I predict a control node. A viewport text with like screen. I want to be able to interact with the control node's items. I added an area 3D and a collision shape. Right, so this is another way we could do it. But I'm talking more about buttons. Now I want to pass these as input event mouse button and control node, but I'm having trouble doing that. After lots of searching, I came across input parse input event, but it doesn't pass the event to the sub viewport. After a bit more searching, I read something about using a sub viewport container, and you can pass inputs to that. I tried it. It only works as long as it visibly embeds the control node on my screen. Same. I also looked into using a window instead of viewports, but I didn't find a way to perspective transform the window. Make a poll for version 3. Made a poll for version 3. Nice. Currently, I'm using the mouse to pass clicks, but in the future, I want to use it for a VR application. If I can pass inputs from screen coordinates to the control node, it'll allow me to do most of it. So they would set up like this. Sprite 3D. So viewport GUI, that's pretty much what we've got. The main thing you were missing was sub viewport push input. Everything else was mostly correct. When I added this, it worked, but with a caveat. Every time I clicked on one of the buttons, it would pass on the event, but the viewport would not get updated until I clicked on another application. What? Put a small sound effect that plays every hour in the stream. It's just a voice clip of you saying Hyper Game Dev very quietly. Hyper Game Dev. Like a little like watermark, like an audio watermark. Hyper Game Dev 2024, 2024, 2024. At some point I came across the Godot 3 demo project GUI in 3D. I had looked at 2D and 3D, but didn't handle the UI guys. After a few hours of trying to port it to version 4, and I was retrofitting, I eventually noticed the problem arises from the fact that I used area input event. Not using that. So if I just drop this, what? Into my ready function? Of what? I'm gonna get rid of the sub viewport container for now. New event. What is push input? Triggers a given event in this viewport. It's going to be used to pass input events between viewports, or to locally apply inputs that were sent over. What? So, I feel like this is different. I feel like this is just not what I need. I don't think this is going to solve my problem. I just don't think this is relevant. Because this person is getting signals. GUI in sub viewport problems. Can't click on buttons in multiple viewports. That's kind of it. Check the mouse filter. Yeah, I'm not sure how to solve this. Hey, Killa, welcome. It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. I'm still a little tired. I'm taking off tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I can catch up on sleep. In my country, we had daylight savings this past weekend, and it was terrible. I hope you're doing good. How are you doing? Welcome, Killa. I'm trying to get a menu to be embedded in the game. But I'm having some trouble getting it detected by my cursor. So I can't seem to press any of these buttons, annoyingly enough. But I'll keep at it. I'll keep at it. So basically I want this as sort of a debug feature and or an eyesore. Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is, but I want it as like a debug or like a something just to be here for now as like a temporary stand-in. What I ultimately want is the player to be able to pick up objects and grab them, and then you can either eat it by dragging it to the alien, or you can abduct it by dragging it to like an alien spaceship or something, and then it'll get abducted. However, I'm really a bit intimidated by that task because I already tried to implement a grab and it's just a little out of my league for knowing how to set it up. And so I kind of just want like a stand-in version of that concept for now that'll just at least let me get those fundamental gameplay options of eating or abducting. So I wanted to try to get buttons that when you hover, so instead of like an arrow popping up here, when we hover over it, it's gonna pop up the menu, eat or abduct, and you would click on which one of those that you want to do. And Jay Jordan had a good suggestion of maybe if you left click on it, it'll do one of the operations. If you right click on it, it'll do the other operation. And maybe there could be like a little pop-up that appears that says whether, you know, in the beginning, when you're learning the game, whether it will eat or abduct. So that would also be an alternative. And it would save me from trying to solve, because I kind of figured this would be a little bit easier, but I'm not able to actually click on these, and I don't really know how to set it up. And I was going to try to figure it out, but, you know, if we do Jay Jordan's idea of just having left click and right click, then I don't have to worry about these being clickable whatsoever at all. And it's just something you have to know about the gameplay or learn, which, to me, I'd rather it be more intuitive than that. Like, that is to say, dragging it and moving it where you want it to go. That's very intuitive. And even the menus popping up is at least very obvious, because you know what the choices are gonna be. Whereas the left and right click, you just have to like remember that that's what you do, which is fine. But then I need to like teach the player a little more. As opposed to like if you grab it, you know, it could be like the alien starts to glow, the abducting area starts to glow, and you know you have a choice to drag between those. As opposed to either you can left click or right click. I don't know, to me that's just like a little less interesting, but it would work. Yeah, like a tutorial, and you know, I guess I try to avoid needing a tutorial. I find tutorials a little boring, and almost like personally, I feel like good design doesn't need a tutorial. Good design explains itself. And that's just like a personal philosophy that I try to like go with when I can. And so that's why I resist the left click, right click idea, because it requires teaching the player with instructions rather than it being like intuitive. But the intuitive options, I'm just kind of having some trouble with. Specifically, you know, setting up the grabbing is a whole thing. That's a whole thing. And again, this is just supposed to be a prototype. So things don't have to be perfect or ideal. But if I can at least stick to some of those design pillars, for example, that we don't have to instruct the player how to play the game, I'd be happy with that. And you could argue that the menu popping up is instructing the player. And obviously, like, yes, the menu is kind of ugly and kind of annoying, but I don't know. I think it can get the job done and maybe still contribute to like fast-paced gameplay. You know, it could even be something other than words, right? This would just be like a stand-in. It could be like a symbol, like teeth or something for eating. Or it could have like, you know, an alien shape, or like maybe a point +1 you know, the number of points that you'll get if you do the abducting. And you choose one of those, and you click on the icons, right? It doesn't have to be the buttons. But if functionally that's already there, then that's like one option for the gameplay, a more immersive version of the gameplay. What's black paint? I certainly have been witness to the yellow paint debate that comes up on Twitter every year or two, it seems. But that's a Pirate Software thing, black paint. Kill is doing good. Yesterday felt bad because your head was in pain. But today you're okay. Oh, I'm glad you're good today. Head pain can really suck, especially if it's like migraines. That can really suck. I'm glad you're feeling better. It's like your head. It's like where your brain is. It's like where our like conscious experience lies. It's nice when the head feels good. You deserve a good feeling head. Yeah, so that's why I'm doing the menu thing, is just so that way I don't have to necessarily sort out all the grabbing stuff right now. And I can at least get the implementation of the mechanic good enough while still kind of following the design pillar a little bit. Your brain had a lot of built-up pressure in it a few days ago. Ugh. We're all better now. I'm glad you got better too. Jeez, man. Head pain sucks. I really like charts for types of headaches. I don't really like them, but I always find them really interesting. You know, like, oh, I'm tense. I'm stressed. I got tension. I'm stressed. Cluster is a little scary. It's like, oh, I just got sinuses. Sinus area? Nice. I mean, of them, that one's at least not too... Could be arguably a less concerning of them. Not less concerning, but, you know, it'll pass on its own, you know? Oh, there's a stress? Oh, stress headache? Hate those. The worst. DNF ain't dead. I said DNF ain't dead. DNF is right here. DNF got a gift membership, and so DNF gets a song. DNF show ain't dead. DNF show ain't dead. DNF is alive. DNF show ain't dead. DNF is right here. Welcome DNF dead. Welcome DNF dead. Even though DNF feels dead, DNF still ain't dead yet. Welcome, DNF. Good to see you. You're welcome for the song. I'm sorry for the song, but you're also welcome for the song. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're feeling good. I mean, it sounds like you're not, but I'm glad you're here. Thanks for stopping in. And yeah, subscribe. Oh my gosh, if you're watching this right now, we're like 3 hours into the stream. However you got here, you might as well subscribe. At this point, you might as well subscribe. Especially if you're watching it after the live stream and you made it to this part. That means you either clicked around and watched a little, or you've been watching. In which case, here's your friendly reminder. Subscribe so you can find more content like this. Thank you. I appreciate it. It helps. But good evening to you, DNF. Thanks for the thumbs up and all that. I appreciate it. The thumbs ups help too. Don't forget to do that. I had a sinus infection for the past 2.5 weeks. That's a long time. Missed 2 weeks of school, and now I have to use an inhaler and take medications for at least a few months just to be on the safe side. I was wondering where you were. That's... oh my goodness. That's frustrating. That's no fun to be in that place. I'm glad you're getting rest, though. It's kind of funny and bad at the same time, because my head was hurting so bad for a really long time. Then the pain in your head stopped, but then you felt like you'll throw up. What does that mean? I trust we all search our symptoms on the internet, whether you're binging them, Googling them, or DuckDuckGoing them. I trust we're all searching our symptoms to make sure we're healthy and okay. Yeah, we got to 1,000! We got to 1,000 subscribers! DNF ain't dead. It was kind of scary because I slept a lot of it. It's like 2 weeks went by in a flash because I kept sleeping for most of it. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, no, that's good. You were healing up. You're healing up. But that is weird. It's like you teleported. Just like, there goes 2 weeks of my life. Oh, wow. Things happened. I was here in dreamland. Suffer with migraines since you were a kid? Man. I'm sorry to hear that. You know, I know for different people, it's like finding solutions is like different for everyone too. So that can be frustrating. You've had a kidney infection for the past week or so. I don't know nothing about all that. Oh my gosh. How do you know? How would you know that you have a kidney infection? I'm sending my thoughts and prayers. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna rub my hands together. Everybody rub your hands together. Just rub them together. Rub your hands together for me, all right? Just keep rubbing them. This is for DNF. We're putting all the healing energy we can right in between these hands. We're rubbing, we're rubbing, we're rubbing. All right, you ready? Here we go. We're gonna stop rubbing in 3, 2, 1. All that energy, we're pointing it at the screen. That's for you, DNF. That's for you. We're putting all that energy out there. Healing energy. Good vibes. It does not sound pleasant. You don't deserve none of that mess. None of that mess. Feel better soon. I'm truly sorry to hear that. Like, feel better soon. At least we have 2 kidneys, right? Start praying, staying alive. That's a good way to get the stream blocked. YouTube will shut a video down if you be doing that. Never had a migraine, but I'm scared that one day you can just have the worst headache of your life. It is scary. You know, you gotta live your life though. It's good to be ready for anything. But at some point, you just have to live your life. One day, something intense is gonna happen, and you're gonna die. Like, that's gonna happen. You know, and that's its own thing to reckon with. But while it's not happening, appreciate it. That's the flip side of it. One day, things may go bad, but guess what? It's not today. So we're happy. Putting out that energy. You've had to stop drinking pop and drink water. I love water. I used to be a sugar fiend. My kidneys were probably looking a little goofy for a minute there. I used to be a sugar fiend. And I realized how amazing of a drink water is. Water is such a good drink. Like pop, soda, sugary drinks, they never actually quenched my thirst as much as water does. They would just make me more thirsty. And water has a pretty good taste, all things considered. Doesn't give you that hit of sugar, but I found that hits of sugar kind of sometimes don't help me. Or my body. Yeah, of course. Not me expecting you'll put hands on your head after that. We're giving it to DNF. You can do it for yourself if you want, but right now we wanted to give it to DNF. 7 liters of water since last Thursday. Chug, 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 chug. Someone's going to the bathroom a lot. Someone's getting up and sitting down and getting up and sitting down. Well, some of us sit down. I'd really like this menu to work. That would be nice if the menu just worked. I see no reason why it shouldn't just work. Mostly because, well, I want it to. Interesting that it's not appearing anymore. But then if I play, it is there. TMJ? What are you talking about, TMJ? You talking about... What are you even talking about? Ask ChatGPT how to do that? I could. I don't know if it'll know. I could try, but I don't know if it'll know. I've been searching it, because it seems more like something people would search for, or, you know, post their problems of. And it would be quite searchable. I could try. But, you know, unfortunately, it's not necessarily a coding problem. It's like figuring out how to set it up in the scene of the game itself. Oh, there it goes. Which I'm just not really sure how to do. Oh, is that one of the headaches? I feel like it's like if your jaw is locked up. It's like a locked jaw thing. Literally to... Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Gotcha. You're saying that it's like the positions. Gotcha. There's no simple way of making UI work in 3D. Really? 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 I'm surprised. I mean, look. Simple seems relative. Is it Elon Musk's, or is it just from a company that Elon Musk has some connection to? People have been able to control mouse pointers with the, what's it called, Neuralink? With a chip using their minds with testing. Alright. Dragonblade says, everything I can find, even Godot official example, they're doing raycasting to find where the cursor would be and manual interact with the UI through the raycast. Okay. Alright. I mean, I can do that. That's helpful. Thanks. Thank you. Post how the readme will look in the live chat. Thank you for doing that. I mean, I tried to poke around, but I didn't really find much. Surprisingly. And what I did find was people doing that. I mean, we already have a raycast. But right, then if I want to like simulate where it would be, I gotta figure that out. Welcome back, Mohammed. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Everyone say thank you to Dragonblade. Dragonblade does be helping quite often, actually. Oh, the live... A live text is supposed to appear in my chat app. It should work. Did I see it? It should work. So I just typed a message. Oh, it's not working. Maybe I have to refresh it. It sometimes works. Dark mode on GitHub? Well, yeah. So wait, does GitHub have built-in dark mode? Yeah, I want it too. I've been like using my dark reader, but I hate it because it doesn't work well. It has to, right? It has to have a dark mode. Thank you for reminding me, because I've just been using, like, you know, the Dark Reader extension, but it doesn't really work very well. You see how it, like, does too much? I guess I just didn't look hard enough. I didn't look hard enough. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, let's find this. It is actually bothering me that I haven't done it. Let me try this again. Test. Oh, that one worked. I think the problem is it's like I have to choose between the YouTube chat or that chat. Try it again and see if it comes up. Yeah, there it goes. The problem is if I click away, yeah, it's working now. But I'm gonna try to click away. Actually, if you guys tested it, that would really help me. Like, if you tested it right now, because I've now clicked away from the Discord window, and I think that might break it. Oh no, it's still working. It's like I kind of have to go in there and just like test it a little bit. All right, so GitHub thing. I think it's working now. And there are some like stickers and some, I don't think animations work, unfortunately. But some random things do work and come through. Emotes and stuff. Alright, I gotta find this. I gotta do it off screen just in case I don't want it to accidentally dox me. I don't know why it would. I don't have any information on here. Yeah, so sometimes it like cuts off the stickers. Like, is that even the whole sticker? Peak Hyper Game Dev stream. This is peak. Yeah. And so yeah, we could, it's weird. It like makes it transparent for some reason. Well, yeah, that's kind of why I have the Discord tag, so that way you can get around the YouTube stuff. It's kind of the main reason it's there. Because YouTube will block code and stuff. Which is annoying. Where do I do this? I don't know. I don't know where the dark mode is. Wherever it is, I don't feel like it makes it easy enough. Oh, settings. Oh, I found settings. That's gotta be it. Appearance. Oh, we're getting closer. I'm getting warmer. I'm getting warmer. Dark default. Wait, it is set to dark? Oh yeah, dark. There we go. Although now my dark reader is taking over. Let me reopen it. Charge a subscription fee for dark mode? I've seen that. I've definitely seen that. Programs doing that. All right, we did it. We got dark mode. Thanks, Dragon. You knew we had a Discord. Oh my gosh, you guys are typing so much over there. I can't even keep up with it. You love me platonically as your favorite streamer? Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I guess it's much easier to type. Maybe there's not, maybe I need to put like a slow mode over there. I might have to do that. Oh, Killa has one? Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Microsoft does charge money for dark mode if you use Windows without buying. Oh, that's true. But you need to pay to change the theming. That's true. That is true. Although you can, I think you can get around it somehow. Yeah, and then unfortunately, it won't drop like the Discord chat won't put images or anything. Like if you upload an image, it won't do anything like that. Alright, so we can't get this to interact the way I want it to. So if I want this to be interactable, I'm gonna have to have, like, areas, like the raycast go at this, and then it see the ray. How am I even gonna do that? That seems kind of tough too. I'd almost, at that point, just want to have, like, meshes in. Like, at that point, screw the viewport. You know? You recognize this one? That's wild. Like, at some point, I feel like I just... Oh, and here's the title of it. Oh, it's behind the chat message. It's called Sad Past. Sad Past. So far, the ones that you've recognized are by the same artist. Silent Partner, which is kind of interesting. Oh, man. 2024, the year of subscription fees for heated car seats and dark mode. You know what else I heard? That, like grocery stores are gonna start charging for self-checkout. That could be a thing, too. Which is pretty wild. Alright, now just so you know, Ed, the more you spam in Discord, the less I'm going to be able to keep up with anybody's chats. I will definitely be slowing it down over there. Everything I saw, it was using a viewport to render the UI as a texture in 3D. That 3D object has collision for raycasting. And calculating the cursor position from the raycast hit. That's pretty doable. That's pretty doable. Isn't that funny, Joe? You know why they want to do it? It's because the stores thought that by hiring less cashiers and putting in the self-checkout, they'd save money. But what's happening is people are accidentally and purposely, but accidentally stealing because they don't scan all the items. And so they're losing more money because people are accidentally and purposely stealing things because of the self-checkout. And so now they've already gotten rid of their cashiers, which means that they're gonna have, like, long lines in the cashier aisle, and then just these empty self-checkouts because people don't have the subscription. It's really weird. These, like, Discord messages. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. And then, like, Walmart specifically, they're allowing managers of stores to decide to implement this if they want. You have to have a Walmart Plus subscription in order to use the self-checkout. And they, in their press release or whatever, they clarified, we're not doing this to get more subscriptions. We're not doing it to get more subscriptions, okay? It's not why we're doing this. I think it's called Walmart Plus, actually. I didn't know I took the 4K flat screen 80-inch TV for the price of a banana. Whatever it is, Jay Jordan, probably not. Anyway, so, wow. Alright, so I guess we do that then. I guess we do that. I guess we do the raycast with the objects. And then the viewport could represent, like, the messages on there. And you were saying, like, just to render the UI as a texture, as a 3D object. All right, I like that. So instead of a sprite, I'd want like a mesh in here. Or like an area 3D even. So like add an area 3D. We'll say area, meet menu. Or whatever. Oh my god. All right. I gotta figure out how to slow down the messages in Discord right now. This is ridiculous. I can't. It's too many. No, you know what? Never mind. Because you know what? It's good practice. It's good practice for if the stream ever grows. And there's more people here, and I can't keep up with chat. So you know what? Chat away. Chat away. I'm gonna take it as an opportunity to learn how to keep up with a fast chat. 10,000 people watching right now. See something, say nothing. Yeah, exactly. Well, the see something part is the hard part. Is seeing it. Alright, so I'm gonna add in this area 3D. I guess the hard part too is gonna be also like finding, like for this, is finding out what that position is that the raycast is at. I guess that'll be fine. That won't be that. Well, but then I have to have like, that position has to be like the same as a texture position. This does seem a little annoying. Now I'm just thinking maybe I implement the grab. You know, maybe we go with Jay Jordan's idea. See you later, Jay Jordan. I'm about to take your idea as you're heading out. This isn't worth it. This isn't worth it. Screw all this. I ain't doing this. This is not worth it. Bury this in the ground. Get out of my face. I don't want it. It's not worth it. At this point, we might as well just do left click, right click. Like, forget it. Forget it. The problem with left click, right click though, is then it kind of compromises the grab stuff. So if I wanted to implement the grab on top of that, you know, we would have to make sure only one was active, either the grabbing or the... Maybe I just work on grabbing. I mean, this has been very interesting to explore how this might work. But, you know, I kind of think maybe it's not worth keeping up with. And maybe I just try to figure out how to make a better grab. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to pivot. Thank you, Dragonblade, for confirming that that's not going to work out well, is having the buttons be clickable. Because, I mean, I could figure... Like, we already have a raycast. It knows where things are. It calculates positions, and stuff happens. Like, we can set that up. We totally can. But this was not supposed to be that complicated of a setup. And at that point, I just feel like remaking the grab is equally complicated. And like, even though I don't know what I'm doing with it, I just feel like I might as well just do it. Right left click method is even better. It does sound better than the menu in my opinion. Right, totally. I agree in some ways, kind of, but... So then the thing is it's really just a stand-in or an alternative to being able to grab things and drag them. That's what I really want. Because I like the idea of you like moving forward and you have to like also concentrate on like moving something at the same time. Like I like that sounds kind of challenging and difficult to do simultaneously. And maybe you could get into a flow of like clicking and dragging stuff. Like I really like that mechanic. And I think there's something fun potentially there in managing clicking and dragging and moving your character at the same time, and where you can't stop your character's movement and you have to like constantly manage the position simultaneously. And so if we do the left click right click thing, then we kind of lose that, And, you know, it's a little easier and maybe less fun, potentially. And the menu was still gonna be easier and less fun. But I liked that it had more, like, moving and clicking. Like, we're moving the character and we're having to, like, think about these different actions in the level. You know? Like, I just kind of want to complexify the grabbing thing. So it's a little easier than clicking. Or not easier, a little harder than clicking. When you grab, you get a pop-up around your cursor to move it left or right, choosing what to do. Yeah, totally. I would love that. It's actually a pretty cool idea. So, like, you know, and maybe kind of what you're saying is like if you drag it, so you click it, and then if you drag it one direction, is that what you're saying? So let's say you move it left, it eats it. If you move it right, it scores a point, or it abducts it. And then you just move in those different directions. I kind of like that. It's kind of like swiping. It's kind of got like a, feels like a very mobile type of thing. Which, by the way, I'm not even sure if I want this to be a mobile game or not. Tip/hint. Yeah, we could do that. I have a bias against tips/hints if I can avoid it. But that's a me problem. I will readily admit. But, like, at that point, like, why not just have us drag it to the character? I guess the difference is, because the dragging to the character, the challenge about that is we have to somehow make things move on the Z-axis. So, like, if I'm just sitting still, nothing moves on the Z-axis, right? It just moves on X and Y, and it moves badly on X and Y. If we constantly move forward and we hold it, then it will come towards you. At least that's the way it works right now. But you're saying eliminate the entire Z-axis altogether. And all you gotta do is choose left or right. I kind of wish it would be like drag towards the player. Like if you're on the right side of it, you would drag towards the player. Which would be a little more complicated, right? Because then it'd have to know the relative position, or the object's position relative to the player. And, you know, if you grab it, there could be an arrow pointing at the player, and then an arrow pointing at the scored dunk, wherever that is. I do kind of like the idea, you know, of there being like an alien spaceship somewhere. The more I think about it, that'd be kind of cool. When you drag objects, would his hand be attached to it? Yeah, in theory. In theory, yes. That would be ideal. Is that you would see the grabbing. No, it would be physical. It would be physical. Because I'd also want to say, like, if your arms are broken off, you can't grab anything. So you have an incentive to try to get your arms back. Which raises questions, but if you wanted to eat things, you'd have to eat them like Pac-Man or something. And because you wouldn't have arms to grab things. So you'd have to be, you basically have like a very limited range. And you'd have to be right next to something, and then you could grab it. And your head would just go down and just, like, eat it or something. That's the idea. In theory. Because if your head goes, you totally die. So you always have that. Object position minus player position gives you a vector in player's direction. Oh, that's easy. Oh, that's not hard. Okay. True, true, true. Because I really feel like eliminating the Z-axis is going to be important. Yeah, maybe we do that. Maybe we just say, you drag in the position of the player. And then we'd also need... We could even say, like, the score dunk, like, moves. So you know, I'm grabbing in the first level because cow shape. Right. Right. You wouldn't be... You'd be introduced to the grabbing gradually. And you'd actually have to do that. You would have grabbing because you'd be the head. Right? You'd have the head and you'd have to munch. So what Dragon is talking about? Oh, you guys are really, this is some good conversations we're having. Thank you guys. what Dragon's referring to is in the first level, there's only cows. And so, you know, you would have a grab, but the range would be very short. And instead of the arm reaching out, it would just be the head trying to get to that position. Maybe you can also add explosive stuff or something that you shouldn't grab, otherwise it explodes and destroys part of your body. That's awesome! That's such a good idea. I love that. Whoa. So like right now, I kind of have these like separate things. There's things you can hit, like the houses or buildings or the helicopters, right? You can just smack them. And so you don't really grab them. You just like tap them. The only thing I could think about that would do that would be like unalive bombers. And I'm just saying that so YouTube doesn't whatever. But like bombers that have like bombs, like people who have like bombs strapped to them. Because in theory, the only things you'd be able to grab would be like, you know, animals and humans. Whereas buildings and obstacles and stuff, you hit them, trees, you hit them to break them. So but that's a little intense. Like people with bombs strapped to them? Oh my gosh. It sounds scary too. It sounds a little scary. Like would a modern military do that? Maybe. Oh, nice. Ooh, that's a good idea. Oh my gosh. All right, wow. All right, I gotta start writing some of these ideas down. There's some golden stuff happening here. Okay, and Killa, I don't know what kind of credits I've got for you. But you need some. Psychonic was giving me some thoughts. Y'all were Dragon Blade. Okay. So wait. So we've got, first of all, and I will dark mode this. We've got game concepts. There it is. I don't even know if Killa, if you have anything yet. You do! Oh, we've already got you on game concepts. Alright. But we can also put you on, like, player limb damage, grab movement, multi-arm attacks, reach animation. I feel like this is, like, grab mechanics. Booby-trapped homes. Whoa. Yeah, and that would be cool, like, if you're in bad with the humans. These are some cool ideas. These are some cool ideas. Right here. Here's some very cool ideas. I feel like Radoslav was giving some thoughts. Jordan was giving some thoughts. If I missed somebody, please let me know. Was Psychonic giving? Psychonic was helping me with stuff. I don't know if it was super specific to this, though. It sounds a little messed up. With Cartoon Dynamite sticking out. Yeah, if it's Cartoon Dynamite, it's fine. The corn idea? Do I remember the corn idea? Oh, the cornfields! Yeah, you're right! Okay, let me pull this up. Man. Dude, games are complicated. Like, things get really big really fast in games. Robot cow? We know they're going after cows. Honestly, that would be like a fun, like, cinematic or something. I kind of love that. Thank you for reminding me about the cornfields. Because a lot of this stuff, you know, I've gotten written down. So probably in levels, areas, maybe I put it in here. Farmlands, that's gotta be where we did it. There it is, cornfield, suggested by Killa. There it is. Nice. Oh my gosh, so many things. Obstacle types, grabbing. Yeah, we could say in obstacle types. Let's add that. So we're gonna say what, like painful, injuring, dangerous grabbables. I don't really know what to call it. We'll just call it an object for now. Grabbing something for too long, it might blow up. Grabbing something for too long, or that is a trap object, it might blow up. Grabbing something with a spiked or booby-trapped aspect hurts. Killa, Dragonblade, J-Jorn. Suggestions. That's good stuff. It's good stuff. Description, be careful. Be careful. These are really, really good ideas. Even the ideas about like the movement. I feel like I should just try to implement that today. I think we could potentially do that. So then I kind of want like a grabbed state, right? If you eat it fast enough, you just burp. It blows up inside of you. You absorb it. I mean, the body is supposed to be a very magical thing. You know what? It's kind of not a bad idea. If you eat an explosive fast enough, it causes a cartoon burp gut animation absorption thing. Since the body is technically indestructible. It is, and that's the other thing about these little orbs, these little space pearls, is they're indestructible. Doesn't mean that the alien is indestructible, but the torso, in theory, is. So, like, when an alien totally dies, it's just like a pearl that's just left behind. Anyway, let me make sure I save this. Alright, so for the mechanic, I'm going to want to say that if you click on it, there's some kind of indication that we've grabbed it, right? Like the arm needs to move to it, and sort of like here where we smack them, we instead want it to stay there. And I think like if the thing that's grabbed could look grabbed, that would be nice. You know what I'd prefer is if it just moved to the position and stayed there, and if you let go, it just like drops down. Like, that would be kind of nice. And then we just make the choice of if you drag it towards the player or towards the score bubble. And so that's the other thing. What I've imagined for the score bubble is that it's actually just like this orb. It's another pearl that makes up the thing that is the body for the player, is just this score dunk. And it's a magical orb that can take objects and send them into space magically. Because it's all magic, and it makes sense because magic. So what could happen is if the player moves, so it could be that it's just like always there on the screen, which would be kind of nice for like intuitive player feedback. So if the player moves, if the player's in the center, maybe it just like defaults, I don't know, to the left or the right or something. And if you move to the left, it'll like bounce to the right. If you move to the right, it'll bounce to the left. And so then when you pick up something, you either drag it towards the left or the right, depending on which side the player or the orb is on. I think that kind of makes some sense. And then, so that's a whole mechanic. That's a whole thing to think about. And then, you know, I need to get the grabbing to be a little better, because there are some problems with the grab right now. So, if you didn't know, if I grab this and I try dragging it around, So see, I'm clicking. If I grab and drag too fast, it lets go. So that's not good. I would want it to make sure it keeps the grab updated better. This might be because I need to like put something in like a process function instead of running a function. I bet that could be what this is. That I'm running a special function instead of having it constantly checking to see if it's still over it. That might fix that. But then the other problem is if I click on something else, it doesn't pick up something else. It teleports the last thing that I picked up to that position, and that's what it grabs. So it never actually picks up the second object. You can also accidentally push it into the ground. So like there's a few like really specific problems. Yeah, we could do a commit. I haven't done much other than tinker. Honestly, most of the stuff I've done, I don't really want to keep, if I'm being honest. Well, I'll tell you what I will. I mean, I am making this new grabbable object, you know, and preserving the old one. And so maybe I could commit just having started that new one. But I've really barely added anything to the game at this point. It's really just been experimenting. But I always appreciate the reminder. So I might make this object be actually grabbable, and we set up a new grab system for that. I think maybe that's what I'll do next. So in terms of all these ideas, I'll put it in the hack and plan because there's a lot to remember here, and I don't want to forget. I'm going to put this as tasks in the boards, just because in theory, this will be what I work on for the next few weeks. I think like what we're talking about here should be what just keeps getting worked on for a while now. I don't want to create it. I want to go to the board. Yes. Design a variety of objects and obstacles. I am doing that every Monday, pretty much. Dynamic terrain file path folders. I'm not really working on that right now. Tile spawns have randomized obstacles. I'm not working on that right now. Alright, let's add a new one, and this will be what I work on for the next few weeks. I am taking off tomorrow, so I'm not going to stream tomorrow, but next week we'll work on it again. Okay, so, I mean, I'm still going to keep streaming. I'm not done yet. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say new grabbing system or mechanic. And then estimated time. If I had to guess, maybe 24 hours. Maybe like 24 hours. Because if I do like 8-hour streams, you know, it might take a few streams at least to set this up. Wait, where did it add that? Where did that get added? I know I created it. I've created so many things I can't even find the new ones. What? Oh, 3 more. There's a load 3 more. I have so many that it's like I can't show all of these. You have too much. You've added too many things. All right, so I'm gonna add some tasks, some subtasks on here. So let's say drag object to left or right, depending on score dunk versus player position. We'll give a Dragon Blade credit there. And then, you know, this has its own kind of subtasks. I'm gonna even say make score dunk that flips to one side or the other. I'm gonna say that's even its own subtask. I also want grab arm to reach and stay at objects as long as the mouse click is held down, or the grab button is held down. I'm also going to want object to closely follow reticule as long as button is held. I guess that's about it. Object doesn't go underground. Object, when released, physically, so we're gonna need maybe some kind of physics thing or something, physically falls down back onto the ground. It's a lot of stuff. So I think this is gonna take some time, but I think it's a good system. All right, so those are some of the tasks. I'm sure there's plenty more to consider. What I'll start with is I think I'll just try getting this capsule to be grabbable. I'm just gonna, you know, make a new grabbable thing, and maybe you guys can help me, maybe not. I'll look up some tutorials, you know, I'll try to do it myself, but I'll try to get a new grabbing thing that isn't as crappy as the one that we have for the cows, and try to apply it to this. And that's what I'll do for the rest of this stream, and then for the next one that I do, we'll just keep working on all these. I'd never be able to make a game like that. I'd always just want to refactor all the code. And so that's kind of like my big goal, is to just try to get to the finish line of making this game. I want to so bad. I want to commit to all the new challenges that come up, and I want to try to get through it so I can have a finished thing that is of this size. It's tough. It's tough, but like that's the skill that I want to learn, is committing myself to getting to the end of a thing that is of a decent size. So yeah, I hear you for sure. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the loo. It'll take me like less than a minute, maybe a little bit longer, but barely. I will be right back, and then we're gonna try to get this capsule grabbable. That's the next task. Get that capsule grabbable. All right, I'll be right back. Give me a very short amount of time. The capsule will be grabbed. Probably. Did I say cat? I don't think I did. Maybe I said it on accident, but not on purpose. No cat. All right. Let's see if we can get this thing grabbed. I also don't know if the Discord is still working, the messages. I have no idea. I noticed we haven't gotten a message from there in a while, so I have a feeling it might have broken. All right. Cool. Godot. 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 Got it. Oh, it's still working. Thanks for testing it. Thank you. I wasn't sure. I appreciate that. So we have our little object here, and we want it to be more grabbable. We want to rework the grabbing. So right now, this little capsule receives a position. Wait, this sends a position. It sends its position. It receives the target. So wait, how would I think that was that Joe who was telling me how would I do this signal? Because this signal says grab target. Joe Schmo, I mean. And so I love the idea of like doing on something something. But if it's like information, so this is actually just sending information of what is sent. Like, how would I even say that? Like the grab target. I don't know. Maybe it's like good enough on its own. But basically what this, so if we print this, right? If I say print, oh, let me turn the music back down. If I say print target, whenever we hover it should output stuff that should have data, position data and stuff. So if I hover, oh, it's actually just giving the name. I see. So it actually is just the name and the ID. It's not giving us position data. That's actually something else I think I would want. Is we need to know where the cursor, well, not necessarily. So the other thing that I did was I had the information go back. So the way the health works on the cow, for the cow, if it's grabbed, it sends just what? Itself? I guess it just emits, wait, how is it known what it is? So it just, that seems like that seems like a problem right there. That it's not even saying what it is. I bet if we instantiate them, if these are spawns instead of just things that we're dropping in the scene, I bet that'll work a little better. That might be why they're teleporting, is because we're stamping the same object in a scene. So I might want to actually have these get generated in the scene. Oh, that's a whole other thing though. Oh man, it's getting complicated fast. So I would want that on pieces of terrain, it to be able to say instantiate a thing. I guess we just say instantiate at a position. Block debug grass script. Yeah, okay. Sure, why not? And we can say maybe in the ready function, do I still have that on my clipboard? I do. We could, and this is not a good final version of what this code would be like at all. It's gonna need a position to do it at as well. I wonder if we could @tool this. So I'll need to tell it to be at a certain position. So I might want to say meet. There is, I've seen like set position. I don't know if that works. We could say set position value. Yeah. It's a bit difficult to follow from the outside, so the messenger thing has all the code to control grabbing. The messenger has a ton of things. Honestly, this is just where I keep all of the signals. This is just where every single auto-loaded signal goes. They're just all here. So there's so many different things. Hovering over things, if something is damaged or not, if something has happened or not. Pretty much that, like what things like booleans. There's not even booleans, but just like events. Like if something happens, the signal passes through here. This one's kind of unique. Oh, this is giving us mouse position. Oh, so this is probably how we'd get the position of the object when we're grabbing it, would be this mouse position. Interesting that it says 3D. So there's some of them that have like data on them. A test to look if your code is good. You can explain this code to someone who knows nothing about coding. Okay, all right. Not particularly concerned if my code is good, but that is a nice thing. That is a nice idea. I like that. I like that. I guess I end up, I mean, I don't know if I do that every time I stream, but I certainly try to explain it all the time. But yeah, all these signals, they handle different types of information that are connected between different scripts and scenes in the project. And I haven't made any others. This is just like the one. I mean, apparently I do have something else in auto load. Oh, the spawner. I have the spawner in there. Kind of, I guess. I mean, you know, a lot of the times I'm talking to people who already know something about programming, but yeah. And often the people who don't know about programming don't necessarily want to understand how the code works, but sometimes people do. So yeah. Honestly, the point of streaming is to connect with other people, for me in part, and then to motivate myself to work on the game. That's really why I stream, is to connect, and then honestly mostly to motivate myself to work on this game is like the biggest reason why I stream. And to like have footage that I can edit later. Setting position directly can cause some issues. Typically I feel like people say you should only do it indirectly with the move and slide function. I'm just trying to think of the best way to do it. That's cool. Thanks, Jorn. We can do it. I can do it. Yeah, I started working on a video of like all of my past streams, because what I want to do is I want to make a collection, a video that, because some people are like, wow, your streams are cool, but like I can't watch, you know, 58-hour long streams to keep up with what you're doing. So I'm working on a video right now that combines all of the streams that I've done on this game. And so I've got, this is what I have so far, is I have the dates for every stream I've done. There's about 50 of them here. I have dates for every single stream that I've done working on this game here. And I've started adding information about each one. The length, the task, maybe some extra details in there. And then I have, so every Friday I send out a newsletter about what I've done in the past week. Every week I've done this. And if you go to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you can get that newsletter in your email inbox. Ding! And so what I'm doing is I'm adding those in to each of these, so that way I have some information about what I did in those streams. Is the capsule character a body or rigid body? Right now it ain't nothing. Right now it's nothing. It could be anything. It's waiting to become something. My idea would be to at least have, you know, an area 3D, so it can be like, it can detect if something is in, you know, crossing its path, but I don't know if I really need that. So it could easily be one of those things. Some of these newsletters are really long. So I started working on this. I've gotten up until here. I've got this many filled out where I've put the newsletter recap. I've got links to the video and the newsletter itself for each of these. And some of these newsletters are long. Like some of these I typed a lot. So I'm going to have to consolidate these to like bullet points. And then for the video, I'm gonna have to go through each of these. Even if I spend 1 minute on each of these, you know, devlogs, if there's 50 of them, it's going to be almost an hour-long video. So I might want to break it up into a bunch of them. Every 10 streams, make a recap, just a black notepad what you did. Yeah, like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know how I'll break it up. I'm thinking I'm going to look at, like the length of it, and maybe we'll say, like, every 40, 50 hours or something like that of work. I don't know. I think I'm going to add up all the lengths and then divide it that way. But yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I need to find a way to divide it into chunks and then make those videos. You know, that means it'll always be a little behind because I'm always going to be making new streams. So you know, there's like, this is today, right? So like, this is going to replace, like, or this, you know, it's never going to be all the way caught up, but that's probably okay. That's probably fine. So anyway, so I started working on this, and it's going to take me a lot of work, but we'll get there. We'll get there. All right, so we've got the target that prints. Every X tasks or every month, whatever is shorter. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. And it would be nice if it was like, maybe it could be related to like the title of the video or what's on the thumbnail, you know, something like that. You know, 40 hours of dev. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways I could structure it, and I don't want to get too in my head about it. I kind of just want to get all the information and then just talk about it and see how long it takes. I think you said at one point you would want the grabbables to collide with the ground. Yeah, if that's the case, I think it needs to be rigid body or character body. So wait, character body. Now, character body makes a lot of sense. I thought that character body was intended for the player character, but I guess not necessarily, especially because if you attach a script to a character body, Godot just default gives it, you know, the up, down, left, right movement and stuff. But there is also a move and slide and velocity and things like that in there. From Godot beginner to full video game in X hours. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Something like that. You know where I'm going with that. Something like that. I'm gonna try. That's the thing. Like, I need to start experimenting soon because I only do live streams. That's all I do. And so I don't have any experiments or experience making YouTube videos, really. Barely. And so, you know, I've unlisted most of them because they're just not as relevant to the direction this channel is going anymore. But, yeah. Rio 3D, the best game developer on the planet! If by best you mean because I do it my own special way, then okay. But that's about it. Hey Rio, welcome, good to see you. The flattery on point. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. So, okay, I like that idea of making it a rigid body or a character. I like, well, so move and slide, I kind of like don't understand move and slide. Move and slide means that it has like a certain number of like collisions that'll happen before it stops doing it, right? Like if it like moves too far or not or something. Do I understand that? Move and slide GD script. I don't know. I believe the documentation on character body talks about its use case being when you need to control the movement of a physics body with code. Oh, interesting. Simplify the collision response. Right. Returns the remaining velocity after movements. Yeah, that sounds pretty useful. You see, Joshmo, it sounds like you're putting me on the right direction here. I'm kind of curious about using a character body. If I'm being honest, this sounds kind of useful. I'll keep the top level as an area 3D. I don't think there's any reason not to do that yet. I could be wrong, though. Maybe I'm wrong with that. Did you know it's coughing, not a dab? I did know that! Yeah, that was some, like, oh, it's a pandemic. We need emotes for the pandemic stuff. Of course, if it's a pandemic, we need pandemic emotes. So if I had a character body 3D, of course I'm gonna want to give it some collision. And if I attach a script, we want to say this is meat body. It's gonna have some movement stuff that I probably don't want. I certainly don't want. I don't want jump input. I don't want any of these. Oh, so we still have input direction. So I don't think I want any of this stuff in here. It's a game dev drinking coffee or tea. Just chugging it. Yeah, it's pretty much empty. I've already chugged my tea. My tea done been chugged. Hey Frank, what's up? Welcome. Is that supposed to be like, it's like a medicine bottle? What is that? Is that an IV bag? What? I don't know what that is. Welcome, Frank. Teeth or something. Dude, I don't know what to do with any of this. If not is on floor, I don't know what to do with any of this. How do you comment multiple lines? I just drag it and then I press Control K. Just Control K. Oh, my control key is covered up. My control key is covered up. It done got covered. So I hover this. That'll comment it. And then you can do that with one line as well. It might be soap. Oh, it is. So it's like hand sanitizer. Gotcha. Oh, so I wanted to set up a way for this to like spawn in the scene. That was what I was doing. Was getting a way for it to spawn instead of putting it in there. Have it actually spawn. So I'm gonna say meet set position. And I kind of would like to randomize it, but I need it to only be randomized within the like dimensions of the terrain. I don't really want it to be like the whole terrain though. Like I'd kind of want it to be like a certain area, but that's kind of a whole separate thing. So I think for now we just won't worry about randomizing its position. I'm just gonna have it spawn at a spot. We're just gonna pick a spot, and that's gonna be sufficient. Let's even say this spot. I don't wanna think too hard here. That's some other things for another time. So let me get these position values. And then I just want to make sure that that's where we do this. Oh, that didn't copy. I didn't copy anything. I thought it would copy and paste it, but it didn't. And this is just a vector 3. It's just a, yeah. Okay. So come over here. I want to set its position to 1.86, 0.18, 3.37, approximately, or whatever. In theory, everything would spawn in at a random position. Well, not random, but like algorithmically. For now, I'm just spawning in this little, oh, we got Olaf in the house. Oh, Olaf is here. Oh, Olaf. Oh, Olaf. Olaf. Oh, Olaf is here. Ooh, Olaf is a member. Olaf is a member. Oh, Olaf is a member. And is here. Oh, Olaf is now here. Welcome, Olaf. Oh, it's good to see you. Yeah, there's your song. Welcome, good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Joshmo has some ideas. Oh my gosh! What the frickin' frick? What the flip? What the flim flam? We got 5 gifted subs from Olaf. Let's freaking go, y'all. What? It's a party. Thank you, Olaf. Oh my gosh. Who got them? We got J-Jorn, Dragonblade, Cinderlord, Duckonomics, and Blanco. Let's freaking go! Let's freaking go! Olaf, thank you for gifting 5 subs. That means y'all gonna get access to the Monday member stream, which is 6 to 10 hours, just like these streams. And you're gonna get the emotes. Dragonblade's already on top of it. Dragonblade's already on top of it. You're gonna get the emotes and you're gonna get a song. Dragonblade, 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 drag themselves on in. Dragonblade, drag themselves on in, and they're using their sword to fight bad code. Dragonblade drag themselves on in and is using their sword to fight bad code. Dragonblade drag themselves on in. Welcome, Dragonblade. I know you've already been here, but now you're a member. Yeah, there's your song, Dragonblade. And J-Jorn's got it, song for everyone. Oh, J-Jorn, I'm so glad you're here for now. J-Jorn here for now. I don't know, I'm trying to rhyme it. J-Jorn here for now. J-Jorn here for now. J-Jorn here for now. J-Jorn here for now. This is your song that you get for being a member. J-Jorn here for now. J-Jorn here for now. J-Jorn here for now. J-Jorn here for now. Welcome, J-Jorn, to the membership. Yeah. Yes, and Duckonomics, an old friend, Frank knows. Welcome, Insane Alpha Beta. Good to see you. Just when I was going to the bathroom. Yeah. Thank you, Olaf, for gifting those subs. That's appreciated. That's appreciated right there. That's such hype. I look forward to seeing you guys at the member streams. If you want, they're just like these streams, except they just are only for members. So, you know, maybe I'll see you guys there on Mondays. All right, let's go. Oh, the hype is real. Appreciate it, Olaf. I see I arrived at a good time. Potentially you did. Potentially you did. I don't know. I mean, it could be an even better time. I think it could be an even better. Is it possible that this time could get better? Could it get even better? I kind of want to match Olaf's donation. Olaf donated 5 gift subs. But you know what YouTube gives me the power to do every month? Donate gift subs. So I think I'm gonna keep this hype train going a little bit here, and I'm gonna gift 5 more memberships. 5 more memberships. Let's go. Why not? 5 more memberships. Who got them? Catherine Random Feg, Dan Trinder, Bryce Close, and Octay Savchi. I don't know who any of those people are. I don't know who any of you are, but apparently YouTube deems you active enough. So congratulations, 5 more gift subs. 5 more gift subs for everybody. I don't think I gotta sing a song. I was kind of ready. You dodged all 10. I was kind of like ready to like sing another song, but I guess not. I guess no more songs. But Catherine, Random Feg, Dan Trinder, Bryce Close, or Octay Savchi. If you guys come through, you can get your songs anytime you say hi for the first time in a stream. Of course, the member stream and all the emotes. Olaf knows about the emotes. Jordan knows about the emotes. They're somewhere. They're lurkers. Lurkers deserve presents too. They deserve presents too. I can't know if they're DJ. Oh, it's DJ time. Yes. We gotta go full DJ. Thank you for reminding me. We need a faster song for the DJ though. It's kind of like chill. It's kind of chill. We're like grooving. It's not much of a party. It's time for the membership gift party. It's time for the membership gift party. Oh yeah, you have to say accept memberships. That's true. If people don't say accept memberships, they can't get them. It's time for the gift sub party. Look at that code. The code is tripping out, dude. The code is loving it. I need a hyper gamedev logo on here. On like the base of it. Alright. Back to work. So, yeah, enjoy the gift subs, everybody. Alright, so back to work. Back to work. Serious stuff. Serious stuff. Alright. Making sure I find the message from Joe. Who, look, I would love to just... I wish I could just gift subs. I could choose who to gift sub, you know? I'd give everybody at least on the credits list. Joe says, with move and slide, you basically set the character body's velocity directly, and then you call move and slide. Okay. You never alter the position directly. It sounds kind of confusing, but you get used to it. So we would say, like, on the velocity, like, we would define the position. Oh, I see the love in the chat. We would define the position of the thing through velocity. And then it would adjust the position accordingly. That sounds smart. That sounds like a good way to do things. Pretty quick once you see how it works. I certainly have some learning to do. I certainly have some learning to do there. Okay. Alright, let's see if I can figure it out. I'll see if I can figure it out. I'll do my darndest. I will certainly do my darndest. Okay. I just took it away. Okay. So, I mean, I'm gonna set the initial position of the object. So this is just if it spawns it. I don't know if it's gonna work though. Oh, it is! No, it's not. Hold on. Wait a minute. I thought it was. I don't think it is. I don't think it's working. I tried to put the @ tool at the top of the script. Sometimes the @ tool doesn't quite show up until certain circumstances are met. Oh, and this is... Wait, where did I set that? Oh, on the terrain. That's where I set the tool script, on here. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually gonna make it work. 30-second delay. Is it really that long? That's pretty long. I would like to think it's a little shorter than that, but it can vary sometimes. It can vary. Also, I of course put the messages up sometimes on a delay, but I saw yours pretty quick. I put it up there pretty darn quick. All right, let me just test it and see if it spawns. I have a feeling it's not gonna spawn in. It's just a hunch. It's just a hunch. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, immediate failure. Okay, well, first of all, we have a random letter typed in there. Oh, you know why this happens? This happens when we create something that doesn't belong in the terrain blocks folder. That's why that's happening. I think. Non-existent function instantiate. But it doesn't look like there's something that doesn't belong in this folder. So that's why I'm a little confused. Torn between working on world building or watching severe weather for research. Both while also watching the stream. Thank you for watching the stream at the same time. I guess you could always do both? Like, go back and forth? Storm run, ran on in. Storm run, ran on in. Storm run, ran on in. Welcome, Storm run to the stream. Storm run, ran on in. Welcome, Storm run gaming to the stream. Storm run, ran on in. Storm run, ran on in. Storm run, ran on in. Welcome, Storm run. Good to see you. Random stuff. Lots of random stuff about asteroids. Oh, I feel like it was this script. It must be this script. Yeah, it's in debug. It is. It's in this. Oh, it's in this one. There we go. This needs to go somewhere else. We have to put the script elsewhere, or else it won't load things correctly. Okay. So now let's try it again. Asteroids is oddly on theme due to the alien game. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Okay. Oh, we got something. We got something going wrong here. Invalid call to function set position. Expected one argument. Oh, I see. I need to say, like, what? Like, vector 3 or something? Alright, Jay Jordan. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. I'm glad you got the gift membership. Let's go. I think it's really interesting that, like, everything that... all the gifts that Olaf gave went to, like, mostly or a lot of folks that we, like, know. And then, like, people who seem more active. But then all the gift memberships I gave were just, like, people that I never see here, which is, like, kind of wild. Sleepy time. Good night, Jay Jordan. Get some rest. Thanks for hanging out and all your help. I appreciate it. Okay, so it's not instantiating it. And if it is, it ain't in the right spot. Hyper gamedev 2025, 8 hours singing live stream. You remind me to sing every time. I'm glad you do. I mean, look, honestly, like, I'm not much of an optimist in that regard. And I don't mean to say I'm a pessimist, but I consider myself a realist in the sense of the channel growth. And I don't particularly expect that there will be a bunch of members that will show up at the same time such that I can't do anything but sing. And so the rule is going to be that the more members there are that are showing up to the streams, the shorter the songs get. And I guess there's a point where it stops, but that would be, I don't know. I don't make a habit of expecting the channel to grow to that enormity. I just don't make a habit of it. I just keep doing my thing. Pumping along. 12 millisecond song. So I don't know why this isn't instantiating. The reason why I'm trying to add this in here is because I'm thinking that maybe, first of all, I need everything to spawn in anyway. And secondly, I was just kind of trying to look at why this cow. So when I pick up this cow, if I click on another cow, it's going to teleport to it. And if I were to think about it, they're going to have the same names. So you can actually see down there in the bottom left, when I hover over these two cows, their IDs are different, to be fair. Their names are the same, but their IDs are different. Maybe, oh, you know what? Instead of worrying about the instantiating, maybe I just try to look at the IDs instead. And then that would rule that out as being why it's not seeing them as different. So I was trying to preempt that and avoid that. Just wrap all our names. Just wrap them all. I mean, I don't know if that's easier necessarily, but you mean just like quickly, just like, I don't know. I don't know if that's easier. I think that's like a lateral move. So not to potentially derail anything, but I'm curious, what made you choose Godot? Honestly, I like that it's free and open source. A lot of people were recommending it to me. And I was trying a bunch of stuff. You know, I was trying all kinds of different engines. Not all kinds, but when I got to Godot, I was like, this one, right? So I was doing GDevelop, I did Unity, Unreal Engine, and Godot. And when I got to Godot, two things really jumped out at me. One, I really enjoyed doing text code. It forced me to do text code because it didn't have a visual scripting system at the time that I started using it. And it still doesn't, even though it does have like a plugin. Yeah, the coding. Yeah, right. And I ended up loving the coding. And so that made me want to stay with it because I love the programming. The other reason is the community. People turned out, and not just Godot people turned out to the Godot live streams and contributed ideas and thoughts, but just people who are programmers, right? Because I'm using text code now, people are able to join in on the party a little more intentionally because visual scripting is so specific to certain engines that like general programmers can't necessarily help or understand. So like, I guess what I'm saying is I found that Godot helped me connect with other people more easily. There was more help out there. There was more information out there. There was just more. It just had more. I felt less alone when I started using Godot. And that really kept me around with it. Plus, I really like it. You know, having used Unity, Unreal, even GDevelop, you know, I just felt that they all were clunkier. They all were less fun to use. Unreal Engine is really fun because of how powerful it is, but I've still found it to be much clunkier to try to navigate. Whereas Godot felt like it was all integrated so well. So that's kind of why I stuck with Godot. Is I just like it, and I love the people who I've been able to connect to because I'm using it. So that's why. I wish I knew the coding part of Unreal Engine. I'm stuck trying to find the puzzle piece node that makes my stuff work. Right, and so like things like you know, you can solve problems with visual scripting that you could otherwise do with code. But yeah, I am kind of the personal opinion that you can, if you know, I feel like that same problem kind of comes up with text code, is you still have to know what to use to make something work. So I don't know if I'd really say that's necessarily an advantage or not, but because there's still so much to know if you're learning text code. But I hear you. All right, so we're gonna do this instantiate thing because I just realized we could just look at something else instead of the name. But then it's like what Joe's talking about. Too large of a stream means the chatters lose all personality. 50 active chatters max. Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work. I feel like that's just something we figure out in time. You know, again, I really don't. I don't have an expectation that this stream becomes that large. I don't have that expectation. But I'm prepared to deal with it if it happens, but I just don't expect it. What I do expect is that I would deal with it. Hey, what's up, Dungeon? Just talk faster. Yeah. I don't know what that's gonna be like. It's something I feel like you can only have experience with to understand how it works. There's not like guides about that, you know? It's just like, you just kind of have to be in the weeds of it. And since I'm not, don't have to worry about it. An evolved form. Okay, so I'm really not getting anywhere on this grabbing stuff, which is like fine, but... So we'll just place it. I know I'm kind of bouncing all around here. It's not about how many chatters there are, it's more about the vibe itself. I've seen streams with 100 plus and the chat was fairly slow due to how chill the vibe is. That's a good point. That's a good point. And so I think that's kind of one of the things is I really value and enjoy communicating with chat. Like it's like part of this experience for me is getting to connect with you guys. So like if the chatter base were to grow, you know, I'm gonna have to find a way to deal with that because I'm still gonna want to chat with you guys. So like, you know, it's So the vibe doesn't end up being necessarily chill. You know when it gets chill? It gets chill whenever there's less people here. When there's less people here, I'm just like, all right, do my thing. Here we go. But y'all come in, I'm like, hey, what's up? Like, let's chat, right? So, you know, if there's a lot of people here, I'm gonna want to chat. And it might end up like a Pirate Software stream, right? Where, like, you know, he spends 5% of the stream coding and 95% of it chatting. It may evolve into something like that. I don't know. It's, again, we just kind of have to find out. If, and again, I do not ever expect growth. I prepare for the possibility, but I refuse to be expectant. And here's the other thing, like just this is just something in general that I think about is like, you know, I don't even know how many people are watching this. Don't even tell me. I don't even want to know. Because to me, it's not about how many people are here. It's about the quality of the interaction. And so if there's one person here and they're really interactive, like, I love that. Like, that's great. That one person, I'm here for you, one person. I'm here for you. Right? Like, let's go. Let's do this together. Let's go on this journey. You know, so to me, it never really matters how many people are here. It's just like, you know, the only difference is I might notice, wow, I'm getting a lot less work done because I'm spending more time chatting. Like, that's when I notice the viewership change. So I don't know. I don't really know what my point is. other than, you know, I really don't, I like the size right now that it's at. I like it. It's nice. We can have chatting moments, and then I can get back to work. And we can have chatting moments, get back to work. You know, but that balance, you know, shifts a lot right now. Chatter or chatter would be a good name for a text app. It would be. Relax Game Dev. I love that. Relax Game Dev greater than Hyper Game Dev. My opinion. You know, that's funny. And that's the thing, right? So, like, once that push and pull starts to change, right? And I don't know exactly what you mean by hyper game dev in this sense, but I think what you're saying is, like, so there's a streamer out there, Lana Lux, right? Lana Lux is a game dev streamer, and on Twitch mostly, and she, like, doesn't really chat a lot. She's, like, very much doing her game dev, and chat's just, like, doing its own thing, right? And so chat gets used to her ignoring the chat, and then she can just do her thing. And so I think, like, if that dynamic were to shift, where there's a lot more chats coming in, I think I would pull myself away. I'd be like, okay, chat. All right, I gotta get back to work. You know, I might pull myself away more. But maybe now that it is, you know, this Goldilocks size where I can, like, have chance to interact with you, maybe that prevents me from working as much, and maybe I get focused more if there's more people here, because I'm like, I gotta look away from this. So who knows, you know? I feel like it's just like it will evolve itself as necessary. Just be mean to any new people. Only the OGs. The OGs get all the most attention. I mean, look, I'm gonna recognize names. I'm gonna notice people. I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, hey, what's up? What's up, so-and-so? It would be easier to grow if the fish wasn't anchored down. The fishy must be free to swim. This is my dumb joke pun of the day. You're welcome. Yes, anchorfish. I don't really even talk about anchorfish anymore. I don't even know what to do with the anchorfish idea. That was gonna be a game studio idea, but I realized I don't need a game studio. And so I don't know what to do with it. Thank you, insane. You can make your PC accept only members and super chats after like 200 current viewers. That's true. That's true. Oh yeah, I can already do that if I wanted to. That's true. That's true. I hate to do that though. I don't really want to paywall chatting. It kind of sucks. But I'd certainly want to prioritize it. Everyone here before 5K gets a special role. Even the people I don't like. I kind of wish YouTube had what Twitch does. Twitch has VIP roles. I kind of wish YouTube had that. I could like create my own or something like on a separate app. It's kind of irritating. Only some of the people you don't like. Yeah. I assumed Anchorfish was the same of the game dev studio while Hyper Game Dev was your YouTube stuff. I mean, in theory, but I'm not... I realize I don't need a studio. Like, I'm not making games to sell right now. You know, I'm just making games to learn. You know, this is open source right now. It's not here to be sold. It's just here. You know, I'm not working. I feel like for me, it was a little delusional to think that I needed a studio, because I'm not ready to sell a game. I do not have any capacity to make a game that I'm willing to sell. Like, that's not gonna happen. So, you know, I really just want to learn right now. So I just don't really need a studio. You know, I don't really want to manage a team to sell a game. I want to learn how to do all the things. I want to learn how to model. I want to learn how to texture. I want to learn how to, you know, code. I want to learn all those things. And I want to be skilled in all that. And then maybe look at making something to sell. You know, for now I just want to learn. Because otherwise, I don't know, it feels just like ego. You know, like, oh, I have a good game idea, so now I'm going to sell it. Like, I don't know. They get an I don't like you roll. So mean. I just got to keep it to myself. It's my secret feelings. But you know. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't need to know. My goodness. My goodness. I want to have a grabbable object. That's what I want. I'd argue it's not delusional to know or figure out what you're gonna want to call yourself for when you do make something. I know I love making logos and such. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun. Totally. I hear you. I meant for me, you know, I'm not speaking for you. You know, you want to do all that stuff, knock yourself out. Like go for it, you know, have fun. I'd rather spend my time learning how to make games. That's just me. You know, the rest of the stuff is if I don't even have a game, it feels like a waste of my time to be focusing on how I'm going to market it if it doesn't exist. You know, that's just me. Meat thing. I've got that in the... Oh, debug. It's in debug? Yeah, I guess that's fine. So we'll put this back. By then you might have a whole different name idea. I mean, and that's the thing too, is like, since I started doing, you know, this stuff on stream, I mean, you know, if I were to, so for this game, you know, my plan is to just keep making it open source, free and open source, and when this is done, it's just going to be a free game you can play on itch and stuff. And then, you know, depending on how I feel about the game, how others feel about the game, I might remake it or severely improve it to potentially then be sold. And at that point, you know, with all the work that's gone into it from you guys, it feels like the studio is just like a hyper game dev. You know, it feels like it's everybody here who's contributed to it, you know, and so having something separate, it's like, what's the point, you know? Everybody already knows the name Hyper Game Dev who's been a part of it, and it's already associated with the game itself. So, like, it, you know, it almost seems like it might as well be Hyper Game Dev at that point. Downloading Godot so I can compile it. Oh, you're gonna compile the game. Let's go. It's not much to do. It's not much to do. And right now, the version doesn't even... Man. All right. You know, you doing that gives me almost some impetus, because what I'd love is just to have something, right? A menu with levels, things you can play through. I really want to get to that point. I need this grabbable thing. I have to set this up. I have to. It's the only way the gameplay is going to work. But it's good to know you're doing that, Jorn, because it gives me some motivation to make what you're going to experience moderately more fun. It will look a lot better than what you see on stream. So there's that. Okay, so the meat is there. We're not going to worry about all this stuff I'm worried about. Right now it's an Area 3D. It's got a character body on it. I don't really know what I'm doing with setting up the character body. I guess I'm kind of curious to know what happens right now. Like, what's it like right now, just with a character body sitting on it? What does it do? It looks like it falls onto the ground. Oh, and we can collide with it. It moves us. It bumps us out of the way. It's not set to be an obstacle, so it doesn't hurt us. If I were to float it up in the air, I'm sure it would fall down. Making open source could be cool to making a create your own level type of game, depending on what it is. This is the first time I've tuned into one of these. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, you've been on the game jams. Oh no, it doesn't fall down. It just stays floating. I'm actually a little surprised that it's not falling down. It doesn't have gravity? Maybe because I commented that out? Yeah, usually I'm just kind of like hanging out, working on my game, doing my best. But yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, you know, the thing about creating, that's kind of like a whole thing. I'd have to build into it, right? Like a level builder. Like, that sounds like a lot of work. But, you know, I mean, if somebody, I don't know how well I've set this up for somebody to be able to come in and, like, get creative with it. And plus, there's really not a lot of level building you can do because there's just not a lot of game. Someone in chat about a week ago came with a cute girl cat name, and I forgot it. Oh, Nebula? Was it Nebula? Or something like that? There was some kind of cat name on it. Oh, man. If not is on floor, it should be doing some kind of gravity. Gravity times delta. Nebby was one because I was going to nickname her Nebby. Yeah, there were others. The YouTube streams are pretty easy to scroll through. If you get the little thumbnail preview. Rigid body would fall on its own, but you would have to manually code that for a character body. So maybe we should use a rigid body then. But you were seeing the character body like moves differently. This is kind of a tough choice. This is a tough choice. Yeah, I don't really unlist them. I unlist the game jam sometimes after a while, but I'm kind of doing that less and less these days. Yeah, these should all be there. They're all there in the live tab. So let me try changing it. I'm gonna get rid of the script. Is that meatbody.gd? Delete it. Delete it. Burn it down. Don't care. I'm gonna change its type to a rigid body. It should fall with that code. Oh, okay. I put the code on the clipboard, for whatever that's worth. Is that what you mean? Rigid... I don't like the way that wording is turning out. So we're just gonna say rigid body. Opening it, and you're on version 4.1 while 4.2 is out. I know, I need to upgrade it. I do. The reason why I didn't, I did try upgrading it once. I did it on stream actually, and there was a bug that was causing my walk and run cycles to glitch. I've since fixed that bug in 4.1, and it basically was just worse in 4.2. And so I probably could upgrade now to 4.2 and it would be okay. I just haven't gotten around to it. Apparently YouTube has 5 servers. They're each 1 exabyte worth of space, which is 1 million terabytes. That's horrifying. Honestly, the amount of like environmental damage that servers must be causing is a little disturbing. Servers have to be such, like big, like massive servers have to be so bad for the environment. Okay. So if I put this, even though I just deleted the script, I did copy it on my clipboard. Just in case. We just want to say it comes from a rigid body, right? What is it? How do they say it? Rigid body 3D? Is that what it needs to be? Yeah. Okay. Oh, it doesn't have is on floor. So it is a little different. It's not quite the same. Is on floor is endemic to the character body. I can make him run off solar if I were president of the world. I guess that would be better. Every 30 questions you ask GPT, it chugs half a liter of drinkable water. Yeah, I mean, you know, something that I've been realizing is, you know, a lot of the criticism of AI hurting the environment is really about, you know, the tech industry hurting the environment. Because even if AI wasn't a big thing right now, that stuff would still be happening. That amount of environmental issue would still be happening. Just other things would be draining it, not the AI. So yeah, so I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, Joe. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna keep this code out of here for now. I'm just gonna keep the code out of here for now. So I mean, of course it'll fall down. And I'll be sitting there. But we don't have any is on floor anymore. So now it falls. No, it doesn't fall down. It doesn't fall down. Wait, I thought rigid bodies. Maybe I need to set it in the settings. Velocity.y equals gravity. Should have made it fall when it was a character body. I don't understand. Oh, you're saying on the character body, it should have already fallen. I see. I see. So if I turn it back to a character body, paste the script in here. It does annoy me that we make products made to fail. Yeah. I keep my stuff way past the obsolete date, but we could make better stuff. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree with that. So yeah, it's a character body now, but it do be staying up in the air. Did you know there's a light bulb that has been on for over 100 years? I think I heard that. Will never fail. Big light bulb made it to where they are required to fail, so you have to buy more. What? That's wild. Move and that's actually really interesting and not surprising. Move and slide is in the physics process. And you know, Jay Jordan, you did say that. I hope you actually go get the sleep you need. Thanks for giving us some extra time with you, though. It was a pleasure. Good night. So it is in the physics process. Is that a mistake? Is that a mistake? If you make a light bulb that lasts longer than 1,000 hours, you'll get fined. Oh, because it's like bad for the environment or something? If that's true, if that like, if you're telling me that, and I don't know if I believe it. I'm dubious of things I hear like this, but it sounds so surprising or unsurprising. Like Big Light Bulb was like, hey, government, you don't want bad environment, right? Neither do we. We recommend that you put a limitation on us that makes sure that we don't make light bulbs that last too long. That's freaking genius. I hate it. I hate it. Had light bulb meetings back in the day to make sure you didn't have good bulbs. You're my conspiracy friend. Not because I share your conspiracies, but because you're my friend who tells me conspiracies. Oh, that's a good idea. Print is on floor, so it'll just return a Boolean. It will. Let's see what happens. Wait, it's not saying true or false. Hold on, I think I need to be more specific. It's just saying is on floor, is on floor. That's not a true or a false statement if I've ever not seen one. I'm not really sure how it works. Maybe you want to get it or something? Oh, because it's like a function. Right, so we want to do, right, the function, of course. Thanks, Dungeon. That makes sense. That makes sense. I think it's interesting that it did do something. It was like, oh yeah, Sure, here you go. True. It says true. But it ain't. What does it think the floor is? What does it think the floor is? The sky? Oh, the floor is the sky. No. Floor is somewhere down there in that void. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be not on the floor. It looks... So the other thing I wonder is if it's my scene structure. So on here, I've got the top level. I don't know. That kind of doesn't make sense. I feel like that shouldn't be why. I feel like that shouldn't be why. I don't believe that should be why. No, that shouldn't be why. Or I don't know. Maybe it's thinking the floor is this. No, that doesn't make sense either. Why would it? Why you do this? Why you do this? I like how we're stuck on like step 1 of this process. Character body, not on floor, but says it's on floor. Floor problems. I don't think this is my problem. I don't think this is my problem. I mean, I wonder, like, if I put it somewhere else, if that makes a difference. I don't know. Sorry for the noises. I'm eating almonds. Press snap object to floor and see the result of your print statement. It might not help. Worth a try. You can snap an object to the floor? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could do that. How do you do that? Use snap. Oh, does that... I guess that's snap. It feels like it's more like grid line snapping. Transform in the top bar. Oh. I did not know this. Snap object to floor. Sweet. Thanks. Alright, let's see what happens. It says false. That would be very upsetting. Maybe there's something else I need to do. So they'll say true. So the other thing is, I wonder if it has to do with some of the code that I've commented out. I've commented out a bunch of code on the character body. So like the jump, I commented out. The input, I commented out. Some of this stuff. There's nothing that happens if it is on the floor. So if it's not on the floor, actually, I guess it should be fine. We have the if not on floor, velocity y. Yeah, it doesn't look like it matters. But I guess we could I could try commenting it back in just for the sake, just to see. Just to see. Seems like it shouldn't make sense or matter. But what happens if I do comment it in? Try printing if you're not on the floor. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. If not on floor, print is on floor. Okay. I'm gonna move it back up again to be floating. Correct me if I'm wrong. That we should maybe try that. Okay. So it's back up. It's only gonna print if it's not on the floor. It'll start whenever it spawns in. Oh, there it is. It says false. Wait, it says false. Now it says false. What? Wait, let me snap it back to the floor. Snap object to floor. Excuse me? It's printing false again, but it's less often. It's less frequently printing false. Oh, you know why? It's printing false once whenever one spawns in. That's when it's printing false, if one spawns in. But before, it was constantly printing it. Which is kind of interesting. What the hell is going on? What does this mean? And then sometimes it like explodes and does a bunch. I would F1 search documentation for how is on floor works. It must work in a way we don't expect. All right. All right. Is on floor only? There's also an is on floor only, which is interesting. How is your infinite terrain working? Does it exist far beyond the player? It does a little bit, not much though. So this is some code that I found on YouTube. And pretty much what it does, I guess I'll just pull up the video. Endless runner code GD script, because it has the best explanation. It might not exist when the red object is created. Okay, so here's how it works. Basically, there's this folder here. And this folder has terrain blocks in it. That is to say, things like this, these strips. And what the terrain controller script does is it pulls blocks from that folder and it randomly drops them in to the scene. And then those move forward constantly. And once they pass the player, then they get deleted. Does that make sense? So we can actually set how many spawn in at a time. I can say, let's spawn less in. Like right now it's doing, I think 7. And so I can say just spawn 2 in. The terrain has a collision shape. It does, I think. Maybe. Wait, what if it doesn't? So here we're only spawning 2 in at a time. So there's like basically the one you're walking on, and then there's one in front of you. And that's it. And so whenever it loads in, that's when the object appears. And then it disappears when it goes past the player. Could you just put another collision box on the ground and name it floor? So that's actually a good question. I think there's collision. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's collision. There's collision. So let me show you. I don't think it's looking for something named floor. I think it's looking for something that it can collide with. Would be my guess. So we do have ground here. The terrain, the like image, the green stuff is what's on the top, and it's just a mesh is the top level. And then we've got a static body 3D right here. And then a collision shape right there. And it does collide with it. Because we actually fall if I get rid of, because I can walk off the edge and we'll fall off. So the character is actually truly colliding with the ground in order to even stand up. So if I walk off the edge, we're gonna fall. So the character is already colliding and is on floor to collide with the ground. Welcome, Tincho. Yeah, I was still here. I'm still here. Oh, you didn't see that because it was blocked. Sorry. So we can actually walk up to the edge here, and I walk off, and we fall. So there is like actual collision happening, and this is a character body. The player is a character body already, and it works. Yeah, it kind of doesn't make sense. Try putting the meat above the ground in the scene tree. All right. I'll try that. I'll try that. What's up with the green turtle? You mean the player character? Oh, that's what you're saying. You're like, what's up with the green turtle? You know, turtle's a new one. I hear frog a lot. Oh, Tincho's a member. Tincho is a member. Oh, Tincho. Tincho's in yo. Tincho is in yo. Tincho's in the stream, yo. Tincho's in the stream, yo. Tincho's in the stream, yo. Tincho's in the stream. Tincho's in the stream, yo. Tincho's in the stream, yo. Tincho's in the stream, yo. Welcome, Tincho, to the stream. You're welcome for the song, and I'm also sorry. Good to see you, Tincho. Is it because you're already in the collision box and haven't entered it? I don't know about that. Yo, according to your song, I'm actually in the stream. You're actually in the stream. You're here. Come on. Yeah, that one was kind of catchy. That one borderline slapped. I'll release my first album. It'll just be member songs. I do tend to do the same songs for you guys if I remember them. Let me put this, so we put it above in the scene tree. Let me move it up in the air so we still have somewhere to potentially fall down to. We're just trying to do some real basic stuff here. Nope. Still floating. Still floating. Strange. Strange. Like, what if I mean, it makes me wonder. I mean, I really want to, I'd like to even instantiate it. What if, okay, I'm going to delete it from the scene tree, okay? What if, I can't imagine why, I don't even understand why this matters. Let me try something else. Let me try adding a new rigid body in here. I'm going to give it a fresh mess. What's happening that you want to fix? I'm late. I mean, what I wanted to do today was add in a better grab system of some kind. Having some problems, even just getting an object that can fall. I wouldn't have set up the object this way, and I'm excited to try to set it up this way. So I want the character to be able to grab things, pick them up, move them around, sort of. I want to improve the grabbing and movement system. And I'm just, at this point, we're just trying to set up a freaking rigid body. Wait, why is it brown? I'm in the wrong one. I'm just trying to set up a rigid body that falls onto the ground. This seems like it should be easier. I'm gonna add a mesh in here. Difficult, yeah. I'm gonna add a mesh in here. So we got the rigid body. We got the rigid body. Let's give it a mesh. Ideally smaller, please. Okay, I'm gonna give it a color. I know. Why am I wasting my time with this? I don't know. I don't know, because it matters. We're gonna make this one a different color. It'll be pinker. Okay, so there's that. Let's give it a collision as well. Collision shape 3D. I'm gonna make it a capsule. And make the capsule shape the same. Oops, I moved the mesh instead of the rigid body. Put that back. Move this into place. Okay. So now we've got that. Rigid body, mesh instance, rigid body settings, mass, inertia, center of mass mode, physics, material override, gravity scale. I mean, as it is, I know we want to do a character body, but as it is, this should move. This should fall, and it does. So this one falls down to the ground. This doesn't have any is on floor. It's got nothing like that, but it falls. That's just a rigid body. Okay, let's try another thing, and this time it's gonna be a character body. It's a new thing. I'm gonna take the same mesh and the same collision shape. Let's give the mesh a different color this time. Naturally. Make it unique. Come to albino. Let's make this one blue. Character body. I'm not even going to add a script in there. We'll just leave it as such. Does this fall? It does not. It stays floating. So if I attach a script, the default script even, I don't particularly want it to move around. But what the heck, let's let it move around. Not even going to change anything in the character body script. I'm going to be a little careful. Okay, so they both fall. Now, the difference is it's got input controls. Wait, why is the rigid... Oh, the rigid body's getting bumped. That's actually hilarious. And this makes me think it must have been something to do with the code change that I made. Oh, I've created code somewhere that doesn't belong. I need to fix that real quick. We gotta get this out of here. I'm gonna rename this to nothing because it's not ready to rename it. Okay. This is meet character body. I'm gonna drag this to a different folder. See, I don't think you can ever spend too much time on it. And then just deleting the node and remaking it so I mean, I don't know. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. I see you too, Tincho, and I want to engage with the idea because you have good ideas. I just want to like get through this thought. So, okay, so there's that. Now, if I come into the character body and I start commenting out this code as I did before, will that break it? This is me commenting out the input so it won't move around. Like the player does. It falls! I think it was like the situation like Joe Schmo was saying. Or Dungeon Martian was saying. Sometimes you just gotta delete it for some reason. And it's just better. So there it is. They both fall. I can't explain it, but here we are. So I do have like this cow in here, which is my old grabbing system, and we're kind of revamping it. So the cow can be grabbed, but it's not grabbed well. For one thing, here's my clicks. If I move it too fast, it gets dropped, and we don't like that. I also need it to collide with the ground, hence why we were even setting this up to begin with. Now this is just like an Area 3D. There's not actually any rigid body in this, hence why it's easy to accidentally get it to go under the ground. So we were literally just on the step of getting a character body in here that collides with the ground, but we were just, whatever. But now it works, so let's just move on. Deleting and re-adding it was the key. That was the secret. So I want to add a different way to do this, and Joshua was saying we could maybe use the move and slide function that's on the character body script, and find a way to manipulate that, I guess, based on the cursor position. I do have the cursor position available, so like as a signal. So I think we can pass that into here somehow. So I think we're finally back to the start. Joshmo, if you still want to talk about your idea. Tincho suggests, alternatively, apply a velocity. Well, yeah. Oh, the helicopter? Oh, so we're trying to grab... So what I'm trying to grab are objects other than the helicopter. And we are... And that's kind of what Joshmo was saying, is using velocity. Applying a velocity to the helicopter. That's a result of comparing the actual position of the helicopter with the position of the raycast. And that's kind of what we're thinking of doing, actually. Yeah. Yeah. That should work for applying the grabbing velocity. That's it. Yeah, literally. I think that's what we're going to do. The character body that you want to be falling, you can apply the position y, the vector 201 times delta, so it falls according to the delta value on the physics process, so it executes frame by frame. Okay. I think that's what we were planning on doing. So we needed to know that it's been clicked on, of course. So I need to set that up. You're not dumb, but I understand. I say that too sometimes. We don't deserve it. I'm going to add an Area 3D onto here. Vector 3. Yeah. Is there delta seconds in Godot? Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. 100%. Right there. Bam. Delta in your face. I'm going to add the Area 3D collision. And I want to say that meet area. It was right there, right in staring you in the face. What is the condition for when the cow follows the mouse? It looks to me like the information it is using to decide is not ideal, which is make it drop. Yeah, and you know what I think it is? I think that it's not in physics process. I think that it's calling a function that's checking to see if we're currently clicking on it or hovering over it. And so since that's not physics process, it's easy to just get it dropped. It's not keeping up to date quickly enough. I think that that's the problem with the cow, in part. That's one of the problems with the cow. I think that's why that's happening. Because that isn't being governed by the physics process. It's a custom event. And so that's just not being called as often. Even though the raycast is on the physics process. The object getting the information about where it's supposed to be isn't in the physics process, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so meat area. So I need this to know that it's been clicked on. So let's add, oh, this is on the character body. That's fine. We can put it on here, probably. I'm gonna say func ready. Maybe you can move the function into the process instead of physics process. Check it's faster. That's true. I could do that. I think it shouldn't be currently clicking. Instead, it should be one wasn't clicked. 2 is the mouse button pressed down right now. Yeah. I mean, I could try that. Once mouse release, it was clicked, turn back to false. Yeah. Something like that. So the cow right now, it has its own function for if it was grabbed. And if it is the grab target, so this is the raycast calls this. If the raycast sees a target at all, basically, if the raycast sees anything that can be grabbed, this function is called. And then it checks to see, am I the thing that's the current target of the raycast? If so, and the grab button is pressed, then it sends out a signal that says that it's been grabbed. And then that signal is picked up by the raycast. So this gets sent back to the raycast. Right here, health grabbed. This comes back to the raycast. And it sets the global position of the object, of the thing that's grabbed, that is, say, the target. So it takes that target and it changes that target's position. Again, we're calling a custom function here. And so that's part of why that's happening. So, you know, I kind of wanted to just, I didn't, like to me, trying to move this, I don't really know off the top of my head. I need your guys' help. But kind of what I'd rather do is just create this new object and have this be the ideal way instead of trying to change the other one. I'd rather leave the other one as it is, as like a matter of principle, because I often regret changing something that I don't necessarily finish making. Even if the feature is shitty, at least, or crappy, at least it's, you know, semi-functional. Yeah, I'd rather do a fresh version of it. So that's why I'm setting up this thing that we're setting up here, which was this, but this ended up not working. So we definitely have a bit of a mess. A part of me does, I really just want to get rid of everything we've done today, but I won't. We really haven't done anything that is usable yet. Okay, so here's the thing though. Here's the biggest difference, right? And actually, I don't know that we are back in business totally, because these things that I created, these aren't instant scenes. These are things I created in here. So I might want to make sure I save this as a scene to test it, but we'll just let it go for now. So we'll do the character body 3D. On the script, I'm going to want to be able to check if it's been hovered over. So we definitely need that much. We need to communicate that to it. So in the ready function, we're going to do messenger grab target connect to on target hovered. I guess that would be better. Oh, maybe that's how I should rename this signal, is like target on target hovered. That's probably a better way to name this. I think we can continue to just make our own function for this, because this is just this is just setting that boolean, for example. So function on target hovered, we'll want to create that boolean, and I want to call the target here. We want to say if target is set to self, and it's not going to be self, we want it to actually be meet area. Right? I know, not great that it's not a generalized reference. I don't care, it's fine. If the target is set to meet area, so let's create a variable up here. We'll say variable, and we also want to know if it's been grabbed, right? So we'll say a variable is grabbed, false by default. And then I'll say not only if that's true, but if it's been clicked on. So input is action pressed grab. Now this is a little tricky because we're also going to want it to be like held and stuff. I guess we say if it's been released. Yeah, okay, we're fine. That'll be effectively grabbing it. I gotcha. And input is action pressed grab. Then is grabbed becomes true. Okay. So is grab becomes true. We could just test this just to make sure it works. So we'll say print grabbed. I don't know if we have any other prints floating around. I don't think so. Hopefully not. Okay. Not working. Alright. I'm not sure why. We're not getting any debugger stuff. So let's see, what have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? We could check the grab target. Let's see that. Print target. I just saw the timestamp you sent me of the newsletter stream. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And then, you know, if you want to get it in your inbox, patreon.com/hypergamedev gives me your email. I can send it to you via email. Okay, so hovering it, it's saying the copter. Oh, I know why. I know why, guys. It's because I need to set the layers and masks. That's why. And we'll add it to the group or whatever. And then we'll come back here. Make sure we set the layers and the masks. So that way it can be seen. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Oh! Whoa. Oh, it stopped colliding. It's falling through the ground now. Why? Why is it falling through the ground? Oh, because the collision layer isn't set to collide. I wonder if that has something to do with why it wasn't landing on the floor before, why it wasn't moving. Because it was set to a layer that ignores the floor. That's gotta be it. Okay. 'Alright. So if I look at the ground, The ground is on layer 1, which is known as the ground layer. Oh, collision mass value 1 false. Make it true! Make it true! Let it hit the ground! There we go. Okay, it's on the ground. It is not picking up my clicks, unfortunately. I don't know that that has to do with mask 1. Oh, I guess I need to see if it's printing. Let me put the target print back in here. And let's even say if it's itself. Print that it's been seen. If the target is meat area. Print target. Just so we can see if it's even seeing it. It may not be. It would not appear that way. And then further, we could just say when this function runs, which is going to be whenever anything is hovered. Oops. Whenever anything is hovered. It'll print it. Oh, it sees it. The raycast definitely sees it. So, oh, it's not seeing character body. That's why. We don't want to see meat area. We want to say sees itself. That'll fix that. Just some little stuff. Why did I think I needed an area? I know why I thought that, but I was wrong. Okay. I don't think we need this. Let's do this right. Okay, click it, grabbed. Okay, it knows it's grabbed. We get all the grabbed prints in the bottom left. When I click it, we're in business. So now that it's been grabbed, and grabbed is set to true, we also want to say if grab target is set to self. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if it's self. It's really just if input action released. So we could probably put this in a process. Does that work? Does that released actually work? I don't know. I didn't actually look to see if it was a real function. I assume it is. Is grabbed false. I don't love this because it's going to be running really often, but I imagine... Okay, I didn't think that was a thing. I was like, that's not a real thing. Just released. That works for me. Because that means it's going to be trying to set this to false, like, constantly, like, all the time. Anyway, we don't really need to... Nothing is happening so far. So then you're saying adjust the velocity. So that's kind of what I don't know yet how to do. But Tencho kind of laid out a way to do that. For the character they want to be falling, you can apply the position Y from the vector delta, so it falls according to delta delay. Right, well, I just kind of want it to be... to follow it in general. Shouldn't it be in process, not physics process? I don't know. I don't know. If you think so. I guess it's not like physics, really. I figured I was just like, because I'm not, like, when you say shouldn't it, like, I don't know. I'm a noob. I don't know nothing. So me, I'm just like, well, it's kind of relevant to physics, so physics process it is. I do understand that the physics process calls less often than the process does. But I just kind of was thinking, like, maybe it just doesn't really matter. But hey, if you guys say it, I'm willing to go with it. If you guys say it and you sound, and you're the type of person who tends to know what they're talking about. All right. Okay, and then I guess also in the process function, I would want to say if is grabbed, then, and what was it that you were saying? Apply the position y times delta. So we just say to velocity. So I could literally just get, oh, I need to connect that information here. So I'm going to say messenger mouse position 3D. I assume mouse position 3D is good. Oh, but then I can't connect it to a function. So that's where I kind of run into an issue, is like, how do I connect this? How do I get the mouse data? Do I just do like, how do I even get the mouse data? Do I just do like viewport or something? Like, where do I even get that? Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can explain it better. I would appreciate it. Like, we are, guys, we are well on the helpy path right now. We're well on the helpy path. That's where I'm at. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. You know, when I'm hearing people say, because sometimes folks make suggestions that are like not really code or like don't really make a lot of sense, but like we got people making sense in the house. So like I'm here for the helpy route. Guide me. What we have to do is operate with two vectors: the actual position of the cow and the 3D mouse position. Yeah. And the 3D mouse, yeah, I got you there. I understand that. I think over on the main scene, the result of the operation will be the velocity that is applied. Yeah, I gotcha. Every time the frame is grabbed. I get that. Yeah, I totally get you. But that is explained better. But I gotcha. I just gotta figure out how to do that. You know, that's all. So this is emitting the raycast position is what this signal is doing. But how do I connect it to the physics process? I think that's where I'm not understanding. Like, I have the raycast position. And I think that's why I put it together the way that I did here, is because I didn't know how else to get that information to be in the process function. I think something like event.relative gives you the displacement of cursor between the last short time interval. What? A way to do that should be on the physics process side. So you're saying don't use the raycast, use something else to find the mouse position? Because I guess up here we do get viewport, get mouse position. This is only going to be X and Y. Right? Whereas the raycast will give us X, Y, Z. It honestly, by the way, it kind of doesn't matter. I mean, it kind of does. I kind of would rather use that. Hold on, disregard what I said. It's not relevant. Okay. We should only use 3D vectors because we are operating the position of the cow. Yeah, so, I mean... To me, I'd want to know, how do I get this signal to be updated in the process? Because I could say, I could like call a function that updates a variable and then call that variable in the process. But this isn't going to update as quickly as a process function, right? Because we're filtering it through that custom event, right? So it's going to like lag again. Until I like see an answer that makes sense, I'm just gonna like keep experimenting. And I will destroy it as needed. So if I come in here and say messenger mouse position 3D connect. I mean, I can't connect this to process, right? Like that's, wait, I can connect a signal to the process function? Am I allowed to do that? Will that work? That doesn't make sense. Oh, you're gonna call process? Okay. What is the messenger doing with the mouse position again? This is just the raycast position. So this is like wherever the raycast is. That's what this is. It's just the raycast position. Basically. It's not gonna work. Because I'd also need to, like... What, am I gonna call something? Like, what is... It's not even gonna know. There's no way that works. That doesn't work. It's not gonna work. Because I need to somehow call the argument that this comes with. It doesn't make sense. I propose using the input function. So every time an input event happens, it checks if the cow is grabbed. And if the grabbing condition is true, then adjust the position of the cow. Well, yeah, we are doing that. We're on that. That's it. We already got that, right? If input is action pressed, grab true. So really, all that I need, y'all, and I don't expect you guys to have the answer, but the only piece that's missing is how do I get the raycast information to be connected to the velocity of the object. You did some math with ChatGPT. If you ran an Xbox Series 24 hours constant gaming, the most power-hungry game, it can use 144,000 watts of power a day. You're assuming I understand what watts of power mean. I am using a singleton. An LED light bulb outputs 8 watts an hour. That's a lot. That sounds like a lot of electricity bill right there. It's a lot of watts. So that is what we're doing. So this is what messenger is. Messenger is a singleton. So I've got the signal right here. I need to connect it somehow. So if I say connect to, and I need to see what argument, it must be sending with an argument of some kind. It is raycast result position. So that's what this is. This is emitting. Oh, I see. Yeah, because you only need to know how many panels you need. I gotcha. Hydrothermal vent. That sounds cool. So here we're emitting a singleton, a signal out there via a singleton. And it has the raycast position that it's calling with. If I try to pump this into the process function, I would somehow need to call an argument with it. I mean, I doubt this would work very highly, right? If I say emit with delta, like I don't even think it's gonna let me wedge that in there. Yeah, it's gonna give me errors if we do that. So like I can't just feed this into the process function. So what I'd have to do instead, they're usually near lava. Whoa. Oh yeah, lava. Right, that's real. I guess I'm just getting tripped up because it's hard to understand from the outside. I still don't really understand why we need to use this messenger script. I mean, okay, all right. All right. I mean, look, somehow we have to know what position the object is supposed to go to, right? We're using velocity to define the position of the object, right? So somehow we have to get the position data of the raycast, the cursor, ideally the raycast. We have to get the raycast data to apply to the object that we're moving in space. Does that make sense? I'm not saying we need the messenger script. I'm just saying that's the only way that I know to do that. But if there's some other way to do that, you know, I just don't know. I just don't know. Does that make more sense? Get raycast position. If I create a function called get raycast position, so the raycast is a child of the camera, which I'm guessing is a child of the player script. The raycast is on the camera script. It is not a child of the player. So the camera is actually just in the main scene. So we have the main scene, the level, and then we have camera 3D. It's not really the level, it's like the level area. Camera 3D, and then on that script is where the raycast gets created, is on the camera script. And we have the position of the raycast currently, for example, being sent off into a singleton. Not that it has to be, but that's the way it is right now. That's one option of how to get that information. If I say function get raycast position, and we call with position I would try talking to ChatGPT. I have in the past, like the first time I made this, and it kind of got me into this situation because it was very hard to explain the context of the situation to ChatGPT. And so ChatGPT was just giving me suggestions that would work in isolation of the overall game. And I was left to sort of piece together how it connects. And I could do that again, but we got real people here and stuff to try. But that's an option. That's definitely an option. It could help inspire us. So consider it considered. But you know, for me, like I see a path forward. I just think it's gonna result in a laggy grab. But let's confirm it. So this is going to be ray position. I mean, again, this is just the only thing I can think of. I'm sure there's better ways. This is move, I'm just gonna call it move position. Yeah. Explain like a toddler. Yeah. Move position. We want to say vector 3. I'm just gonna hint what it is, so we don't have to put a null value in there. Although it's probably gonna want a value. We might need to say as long as it's not null. I want to say make move position set to ray position. I feel like this is going to be laggy, and we could come into the process and say if it is grabbed. Now, on this, I don't really know how to do this. I guess we just say velocity is set to move position. No idea. Let's see what doesn't work. Whoa. What? It's throwing it forward. Let me spawn in a few more terrains. We might want to do some, okay. Don't know what that's about. I could say instead of velocity. I know the whole point was to use velocity. I know. But now I'm just curious, like, what would happen if we did it this way. Okay, that just murdered it. It just killed it. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything good. Just disappearance. Disappearance. On the cow, and I'm just kind of looking at what I had done before. Set global position. I shouldn't need to quite do that. Oh, plus offset? Oh, we need like a... We need to create like a vector here. I see. ChatGPT has a voice? Sounds too real. Okay, ChatGPT. This was actually ChatGPT that made this code here. And I'm about to just copy it again. So I want to say, let's just copy this. I want to say this is array position. I'm not very confident this is gonna work at all. So we want to say global transform origin minus move position and then probably don't want to be creating a variable here. Let's just say variable grab offset. And then I'll say global position equals move position plus grab offset. You saw it as a guy, but the voice has now confirmed it. I mean, there's a reason for that, you know. By the way. So think about like your, on your phone when you're taking a drive and you set up your like directions, right? It's usually a female voice. The reason for that, by default, and it's even kind of hard to set it to a non-female voice. And the reason for that is because the companies will find through testing that people find a female voice more agreeable than a male voice. And so people are less likely to, or they're more likely to, and well, let's put it this way. Female voice is seen as more agreeable. A male voice, interestingly, is seen as, according to them, more accurate or like, you know, truth or whatever, which is kind of interesting because you'd think like ChatGPT is about getting answers, but maybe, I don't know. I can't read into it too much more than that. But typically, when it comes to technology and being able to talk to you, the reason why you have a female voice is because it tests as more agreeable. And people are more willing to, like, I don't know, something. Hear it. I don't have all the details on it. But that's about the reason. So I'm gonna say, what am I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. What was that, Jen? What was I doing? Where am I at? Who am I? Global position, move, grab, offset. I don't remember. I'm just gonna. There's something I was gonna do, but I'm just gonna test it. I can't imagine it's ready yet. Oh, I was gonna add. I was just. Well, you don't have to do that. Is that really what I was gonna do? I'm just gonna add more terrain blocks back in. Just because it's bothering me that they're not there. I want them back. Alright. What did I forget? What did I forget? Vector 3 and nil. Right. So this isn't updated yet. So that's going to be that problem. So we have to come into... That's... ChatGPT already knew. We have to add the if it isn't null in there. I'm not even sure how to do that. I guess we just say if... Oh, we also want this to be a condition of that, right? And then further say if move position is not null. This may or may not work. And then update it. No idea. Not a clue. Nothing. It does nothing. Interestingly, it's not even... I guess I got rid of the prints. That must have been for something else. Grabbed. I believe our helpy has become hacky. Okay, so it does know it's grabbed, but the position data isn't updating quickly enough, if at all. It could be interesting as well to see what the move position is set to. It could be that it's never updating. That must be what it is. That is never changing. It's constantly null, so it's not doing anything. Assuming this is even working correctly. So here we say, if the move position gets updated to the ray position, whenever this is called. It seems this is the type of thing I would recommend trying to set up in a minimal environment with only camera requests and grabbable. It just seems like it would reduce complexity. Then once you see how it works, you could adapt it to your existing code base. Yeah, we could do that. I'm not really sure I see like how anything we're doing is clouding that, because it all seems pretty separate. And honestly, I would just copy and paste all the code. Like, I could do that. I kind of think that's like a little unnecessary. So it is actually putting out all the position data, interestingly. So when I click it, the move position is updating. What isn't happening is it's not applying it to the position of this object. So let me try this instead, this function instead. Now again, this isn't using the velocity you guys were talking about, because I don't really know how that works. When I was doing the velocity thing, it was just like throwing it, which isn't really what we want. But no, it's not moving it either. It's just staying put. I wonder if there's some reason why it doesn't move. So I don't really know much about like setting velocity and stuff, but when I did do velocity, I guess I didn't have this offset stuff in there before. We could try it again with that. I don't know how much that is really gonna work. But you can see it just like starts moving away for some reason. I can actually kind of control it. But it doesn't really make any sense. And it's looking for that, so it's looking for the is grabbed thing. We might want to say... if the input action is just released, not just that. I don't know if or will work here, but or target is no longer set to self. I don't know if that or will work. Oh, it doesn't have target? Oh, because that's out here. Okay, so then I could just set that out here, I guess. If target is not set to self, then is grabbed also becomes false under that condition. Again, it's still not really moving in a way that makes any sense to me. I wouldn't have even thought to use velocity this way, but I know you guys were mentioning it. So yeah, this could be a good time to go into ChatGPT land. It is not unsetting it when the hovering stops. I mean, I hear you, Joshima, with like putting in a different environment. I could do that. I could. I don't really see the benefit of it in this case, but it might be something. I hear you. I'm stubborn, you know? I'm stubborn about that. Because it just kind of means starting over a little bit, which... I mean, if that would help you, help me, I'm willing to try it. Because right now, I don't know what's going on. I mean, this should already, you know, even if I just say else is grabbed false, if just the target set to self becomes untrue, it should make it false, regardless if the input action is pressed. So like that should be enough. So yeah, I don't know why it continues after we're not hovering it anymore. That confuses me. And I don't really feel like I'm in any control over it. Like a little bit, maybe. But barely. It's just kind of pushing it down the line. So I can't help but think that there's some kind of way these values aren't mapping onto each other. You're asking ChatGPT just feels like a huge pain right now. Trying to explain it to it. Alright, well, because I don't really have any other path forward that I know what to do with, as much as I dislike this idea, because I also like don't know how to set up a raycast really, like this was something that was already set up on the existing, like, so I'm basically just going to copy this whole thing and paste it, because I don't really know how to set up a raycast. I would need help, you know? I just don't know how to do that on my own. I feel like it's going to take a lot of time, and I'm not even going to get to the point of testing it, you know, if I do it that way. You know, that would just have to be like something I do next week, pretty much. because I just don't know how to do that on my own. Truth be told. If truth be told. I'm getting a little tired. This daylight savings week has been brutal. I hate it. So, whatever. I'll do it. I'm kind of like, I feel like a brat about it. I kind of hate it. And I think it's kind of unnecessary. But what else am I going to do at this point? What other choice do I have? Recasting 3D movement really confusing on its own. Adding additional complex like the messenger script is hard to follow. See, that's what confuses me about what you're saying, because I would just do that anyway. Like, I don't understand why, like, why wouldn't I just do that? Like, I just don't know what another way to do it is. I don't see what makes that confusing. To me, that's a way to do it. There's gotta be some way I can explain this. So, there's a camera. Right. Or whatever. I guess it doesn't really have... Okay, we'll do it this way. Camera. And the camera has a raycast built into it, right? It's got a raycast script. And the raycast has a position. It has a vector 3 position. All right. Now, separate from that, I have an object that I want to move. Object to move. And somehow, I need to take this separate thing that has a vector 3 position, and I need to get that position to be communicated to the object to move, right? Somehow that position has to get to the object to move. Otherwise, it doesn't know where to go, right? And so, I'm sure there's a lot of ways to do it. But the messenger script, which is just a singleton, that's all that's doing. It's just a signal. It's just making that information accessible elsewhere. Or, in theory, obviously it's not working, so, but that would just be the theory, right? So then another thing that I had done with the cow was we have the raycast saying, okay, via the singleton, or the messenger, it's saying what is seen. Like, somehow this raycast has to be communicating to this so it can say, I am seen. And I'm not saying there aren't other ways to do that, but somehow these things have to talk to each other as separate pieces. So, like, Does that make sense? I don't really know how else to word it. Raycast.get collider, and then whatever you code, you need after. Right. Okay. So let's say we do that. And this says... This not only reports a vector 3 position, but it also reports that which it collides with. Right? So we're doing that. It's actually already doing that. So that which it collides is more information we get from the raycast. How does this object know that it's the same thing as that? Because there's also going to be other objects, things that we don't want to move. Right? So there's another object, but this one, object to not move. Oh, paint. Object to not move. So this one, I want to be able to differentiate between things that it collides with. And so that's, again, where the singleton comes in, potentially. Or something else. Singleton, aka messenger, takes the information, what was collided, and it's able, and so then this can say, am I the thing that collided? Yes. So, you know, if I want to put this on the raycast, you know, how do I get these things to talk to each other? How do I tell this to move? Like, we can get the information that this was the thing that collided, but then how do you get this to move knowing that it's the thing that was collided? You know, we don't have to use the messenger script. It can be there and we don't have to use it. That's why I don't really understand why we got to make a separate project, because you don't have to use it at all. If there's a way, if you know a way to do that, I just don't. I'm just too much of a noob to know anything. I mean, we could ask ChatGPT. I don't really know if I'm going to find a best way to explain it to ChatGPT. GDScript, how to move an object that a raycast collides with, moving at the position of the raycast. Create a raycast, connect it to a function, get the collider. We assume the collider has a kinematic body. You can adjust the position of the collider, the object hit by the ray, to match the hit position. This doesn't sound like it's gonna work. This is some ChatGPT mistakes. Probably using an older version of Godot. In the example above, we assume that the collider is a kinematic body. Is that even a thing in Godot anymore? A kinematic body? If you're using a different type of object, a rigid body, adapt this suggestion for a character body instead of kinematic. Let's see what that does. I see what you're saying, but it's kind of above my pay grade. Fair. I still don't really understand how your current code works, to be honest. Alright. Why are you so rude with the AI? Don't you greet it before asking? Do you thank the AI when it gave you an answer? No. It's not a person. Hey, oh no. Yeah, I totally hear you, Joe. Pay grade wise. Completely understand. In the raycasted function, check if the collider... Please, please. By updating the translation property. See, I don't think there is a translation. I don't know if... I feel like this isn't going to work. You'll effectively move it. This is not helpful. At all. In the raycasted function, you'll get... Yeah, this isn't really helping me. You don't understand how the current code works? So which part of it do you mean? Which part don't you understand? Like how the cow works? Oh my gosh, this cat. Oh, we got a storm coming. Oh, Insane Alpha Beta was saying that earlier, that they're looking at storm stuff. That might mess up the live stream. Dang, we got some severe weather in our area right now. Figures. So I might have to end the stream early for that reason. That's spooky. Well, that's perfectly spooky. Severe weather warning. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of running out of steam anyway. I sense chat is running out of steam. This steam is being run out. I don't even, honestly, like, I don't even see much purpose to saving anything we did today. Unfortunately, I mean, today was an effort in experimentation. But if you mean you don't know how the code works in regards to the, how the cow moves. So when we pick up this one and grab it, I mean, it might be a good idea to do the cow in the process function. You know, now that I'm seeing how much trouble it is to get this to move right. So the cow, pretty much, if we come to the main scene, I'm just thinking about this weather. I'm like, oh man, I think I gotta deal with this. We're gonna have to duck and cover. We live in a tornado area, so storms can get nasty. So on the camera script, it's sending out, so that raycast I was telling you about, it's checking to see what it collides with, and it's sending that information via a singleton to the messenger. It's also sending the position. So both the position and the collider are being sent to the messenger / singleton. And this information is just readily available and out there. This will be good to go over for me too. This is all going to the messenger / Singleton. So we can see that if we look right here. Messenger emit grab target. So the grab target is the raycast result from the collider. So the collider that you're talking about right here. It's just the same thing, except it's out on a signal. And what that means as a signal is that every time that this function is called, every time this function runs, this signal is going to update with the information that we're sending with it, which is grab target, which is the raycast result collider. Grab ray is running in the process, the physics process, process here. So in the process function, I'm running grab ray. All the raycasts are running there. And so that means that this function is being called in the process. And it's carrying the information on the collider with it by emitting that signal via the messenger singleton. So this collider information, we just looked at that. That's up here available. It's information that's available, and it's updated every time that function runs. This signal is up to date and available with that information of what has collided. The vector 3 position further down here, so there's cursor ray. Same thing, being run in the process function. This function is running in the process. So constantly being called, and it's emitting the position of the raycast. So the 3D position, and we're getting that. So we're saying shoot ray here, if we wanted to like just track this down a little bit. It's what's returned from shooting the ray. This is some code I got from GWiz in a YouTube tutorial. So it's getting the XY mouse position. We're setting a ray length. We're setting an origin for the raycast, which is the XY position of the mouse. And then we're saying, create a normalized projection of that raycast based on, I don't really know. This I don't fully understand. But I guess it looks like it makes sense. This was what made the raycast. We're defining a world 3D space. Again, a little over my head this. And then we're getting the query from the raycast, which is what's returned from it. That is to say, the things that it's looking to collide with. And then the result of this is what's being sent. This is looking for a certain layer, this hexadecimal here. This is like how we reference the layer itself, so that it's looking for. So like on here, with the layers, we've got like the player layer, right on 16 there. And it's actually got the bit value, bit 16. It's a little confusing, but what this is really going to do is this is going to yield different results depending on what it's hovering over. So up here, it says 32,000. I feel like this isn't what you're asking for, but just to try to explain what this is for. This 32,000 represents, see that value right there, if you can see it on the right. Let's see if I can zoom that in. So there's the 32,000. So this means that this is looking for layer 16 or value 32,000. That's the only thing this is returning. Whereas this one is looking for 16, which is one of these. This one. Cursor zone. Right. So I've got a big, so this is looking for whatever we're colliding with that is marked as cursor zone or layer 5. And that's the position that this is getting. It's getting the vector 3D of this, which I just realized, actually. That's helpful. I forgot about that. That might be why it's moving where it's moving. So what is that? What is on layer 5? What's on layer 5 is actually in this main scene. It's all the way in the back. I forgot all about this. It's pretty important. So there, see this big gray box here? This is the cursor zone. And this is marked as layer 15. So it's actually returning the XYZ positions of this. That is to say, it'll be the XY of wherever the cursor is relative to this. And I guess the Z as well. Or something. But basically what the purpose of this is to give the raycast something to collide with. It does make me think, real quick, I mean, I want to keep explaining it, but it does make me think maybe we need to make sure we exclude the Z-axis from this. Anyway, so that was something I just thought of. Alright, so that's what is being sent on the mouse pause 3D as the raycast result position. So that's the vector 3 position that's being sent on the messenger and that I was trying to receive over here. Now, for the cow itself, I think it's all a little different. I think it's a little different. So let me see if I can explain the cow, knowing what we know now. So on the cow is receiving the grab target, so the collided thing. So over here, so let me get a cow. Let's make a cow. Do character bodies have a clicked signal? Like if it did, then you wouldn't need a raycast. I don't know. Sounds like a good question. Sounds like a good question. I don't think it does, but technically I don't know. So though, real quick, the cow is receiving via the singleton. Raycast collider. It's getting that information. It's going onto the cow via the singleton. As for the character body signal, character body has input event, mouse entered, and mouse exited. That's not promising. Enable when the mouse pointer enters any of this object's shapes. Requires input ray pickable to be true and at least one collision layer bit to be set. So that's just whether or not it's been entered. Due to the lack of continuous collision detection, this signal may not be emitted in the expected order if the mouse moves fast enough and the collision object area is small. Or if there's an overlap. So there's a mouse entered. There's a couple more down there, but I don't think they're relevant. There's also property list change, script change. So that's what's all on there. So the cow receives the signal, right, from the raycast of what was collided that's going on at the cow. And by connecting that signal, it's going to call this function isGrabbed. So the isGrabbed function gets called. And with the argument grabTarget, meaning that which the raycast collider sees is being received on the cow right here, and as grabTarget. And so the cow is checking, if I am the grabTarget, then it's going to show the arrow that hovers above the cow. So we know that it at least sees that it is itself. So right now I'm hovering over the helicopter, right? That function is being called, and the cow is like, Am I the thing that's being hovered? I'm not. The helicopter is being hovered. Am I the thing that's being hovered? I'm not. The house is being hovered. But then when I hover over the cow, it says I am the thing that's being hovered. And now that arrow appears. And that's what this code here is doing. Now, if it is the grabTarget, just like what makes the arrow appear, and the grab button is pressed. So if both of those conditions are met, that is to say, I click with my mouse, then it's going to emit a signal. So it's going to send out a signal saying, hey, I'm health, and I just got grabbed. And it's going to hide the arrow. So this is kind of a new thing. So the cow is receiving the raycast collider. And then if it's clicked on, it's going to send out just a signal that just says, hey, an event, I've been clicked on. Cow has been grabbed. It's just gonna say that. Cow has been grabbed. This gets sent out whenever the cow is grabbed. It just sends that on out. And then cow has been grabbed is going to be received by the raycast. That's how this is set up. I'm not saying this is a great way to do it, but this is how it's currently set up. So this is gonna say cow has been grabbed. It's gonna be received by the raycast. This should be the easy part. Moving it based on cursor movement is probably gonna be more difficult. Yeah. Yeah, true. So back over here on the raycast, we're receiving that signal. Messenger health grabbed. Connect move health. So it's getting cow has been grabbed. And now it's going to run the move health function. So the move health function is running every time the cow is grabbed. It's going to send this up into the singleton messenger realm. And then it's going to run a function on the raycast. And that function is this. So it's going to check, is the grabbed object null? That is to say, have we not clicked on anything yet? And if that's true, strangely, and I don't fully understand why this is the way we do it, because I got this from ChatGPT. It sets the grabbed object to the grabbed target, which means just whatever we're currently hovering over is going to become grabbed object. Kind of weird, but that's that. It then calculates a vector, right? So it checks to see what the grabbed object, whatever it is, it's going to get the origin of its global transform, and it's going to subtract that from the raycast position. So the raycast position is apparently something we have defined elsewhere. Here. And we're updating that where? Here, raycast result position. So in the process function, grab ray position is just the raycast result position. It's constantly being updated. I feel like we should use this instead of the cursor zone mouse position. I feel like we should be using that for moving it. The new object we were making. So that's the grab ray position right there. It's just a raycast result position. So when it's not a cow, it's going to update the grabbed object to the grabbed target, which seems problematic. It is then going to check the grabbed object's global transform, subtract that from the ray position to get a vector. And that's that. So it sets this up when we're not grabbing something. It's very odd. And then if the grabbed object is not null, that is to say it is the cow. So if it is the cow, then it's going to actually change the position of the grabbed object. So if I wanted to set this, I mean, I guess I could just move this to the... There's really no reason for this function to be here. Because it's not even setting the grabbed object. Oh, it is. I mean, just out of curiosity, if I move this to the process function, what happens? Chaos, right? Expected indented block. Oh. I forgot to pass that. And something else. Invalidate index global transform base nil. So this is only happening when something is grabbed anyway. Alright, so let's leave that in here then. And what happens when we grab it? It moves. It's the same. It still doesn't grab it very well. Arguably, it's a little better, but not much. Okay, interesting. A little disappointed with those results. So just moving it to the process was not enough. It could be that this updating the target should be in the process as well, potentially. So, anyway. The variable names GPT came up with are confusing. Raycasts have a target position and a position. Raycast position is ambiguous. Raycasts have a target position and position. Yeah. Yeah, that is a little confusing. Maybe that's what you were saying when you were confused. So this is looking for the... Because there's like the position of the raycast and then the other end of it is what you're saying? So it's like, it's named as if it's this instead of this or something? I mean, I guess it's like the grab ray position. I'm not sure to what degree I came up with that or ChatGPT came up with it. I have to look back at the old stream. But it's the raycast result, so it's like the end point of it. So yeah, so that's how it works. It sets that. It's interesting that it sets it from here. So the final piece of this is that if the cow has been grabbed, then the camera, from the camera, makes the code less readable. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna suck at that. So then this actually... We'll say cow moves to raycast. I don't know if it was me or ChatGPT who did that. It could be either. Raycast result position or whatever. I think that's sort of what it is. So that's how that works. Hopefully that at least makes more sense. The cow sends what it's collided with on the messenger and then sends that information to the cow. The cow says, I'm the thing that was collided. And then via another messenger signal, it says, I've been grabbed. And then the camera says, okay, you've been grabbed. And you, the thing that's been grabbed, your position is now going to be the same as the result of my raycast position. And that moves it the way it moves it. In terms of other things to like try or whatever, you know, I wonder if we could use something other than mouse position 3D. So here we're updating the move position. Maybe instead of move position, I mean, I do wonder if, for example, we just get, like, can't we just get the cursor XY? Like, if we just say get viewport, get mouse position, like, what would that do? I mean, that's not going to have the Z-axis, but maybe we just leave the Z-axis where it's at. And everything's fine? Seems like it won't work. Also, this is only X and Y. And it's going to be missing the Z-axis. Right. So I'm going to have to say something like... I see now what you're getting at with how the code works. It's a lot more complicated than I thought initially. All right. I'm so glad that it makes more sense. It's helpful for me to like even try to explain it and to revisit what it is. It's inspiring. It helps me. Thank you for giving me the chance to explain it. So I'm gonna say create a variable, or we'll update a variable. I'll create a variable up here. Mouse pause. And I want it to be a vector 3. So I'm just spitballing at this point. Suggestions continue to be welcome. Or not. Mouse pause. We want to set it to a vector 3. Can I just say like X or something? Returns the mouse's position using the coordinate system of this viewport. Vector 2, so it returns a vector 2. How do I make a vector 2 into a vector 3? How to add a third vector to a vector 2? GD script. I feel like I've done this before, I just forgot. Assign X and Y manually. Create a vector and assign X and Y manually. Variable B equals vector 2, b.x, b.y. Oh, okay, I see. Got it. So then we would say, so I'm actually going to say mouse position is this. We're gonna not make this a vector 3. We'll keep it a vector 2. And then I'm gonna say move position equals vector 3, mouse position X, mouse position Y, and then we'll just, can I just say self, or just like its position Z or something? I might want global there, I don't know. Probably. And then that's the move position. And then we say velocity equals move position. I still don't really understand how the velocity thing works. And this is for the blue object, not the cow. It's gone. It's just gone. Interestingly, we see, here's the XYZ of it. 829,546, negative 1.197. What am I supposed to do with that? 829? I mean, no wonder it's yeeting away. That doesn't seem like a useful XY. So it might be that that mouse position is relative, not relative to the camera. And that may be part of the problem. So I think what I have to do is get a mouse position relative to the camera, which means I might want to grab that through a singleton from the camera. So maybe what I want to fetch is, maybe I want this I don't want this one. Or we do this one, but what I don't do is use the Z position. I don't know. I just really don't know. It's a complicated thing. I think what it'd be ideal is if I did some research, found some tutorials and stuff that explain a way to do what I'm trying to do. This has been very interesting. But I think, as you say, it's above my pay grade too. I mean, it's just above my knowledge, you know? I just don't even know how to do it. And I don't love ending on a, well, couldn't do it. But I think sometimes, you know, it was just a good exploration, you know? Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. And thank you for the conversation and the inspiration. I'm gonna head out too. Believe me, it doesn't please me to just say, we're done here. But I think we gotta be done here. I got extreme weather happening outside. And I feel a little burned out on this. So good night, Joe. Thank you for your help, for your inspiration, and your company. I appreciate it. I think it's just something that, you know, was interesting to explore today, but I don't have anything to show for it. Other than some more knowledge, some experience. I don't even really want to, like, push this as a GitHub update or commit this. I think we just let it burn because nothing really got added today. I mean, I could check just to make sure, but I think all that was done was just some experimentation. I mean, I might have refactored like a couple things, right? But I think for the most part, there wasn't much. You know, I'm more worried about all the stuff I've littered around the project. There's so many little things that I've just like added in that I'm not necessarily going to use. And I don't really know how I feel about that. You know, I created this menu. I'm not going to use this whole menu. It's just here now. I created this new object. I might use it. Don't see much important changes here. Oh, I changed some of the prints. I commented out some of the prints. It's not a big deal. It's not really a big deal. Created so many things here. Sprite for the meat menu. Added this script. It's just like the project got messier today. You know, it just got messier. And I don't think it really has a lot of value. It's kind of a tough decision to just say, Let's burn it down. Let's not keep anything. But, you know, when I look at it, I just don't think there's anything worth keeping. I don't think there's anything worth keeping. So I think if I say discard all changes, that will actually replace this, revert it to the last version. I'll tell you what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. I'll save this as it is, and then I'll commit this as committing, or this experimenting with a new grab mechanic. Added a bunch of stuff. Didn't change much. Learning about how things do or could work for the grab mechanic. Nothing really to show. Committing so this exists, but just going to revert. So there's some existence of this that we can have. That way, if I'm really like, well, actually, I wish I did keep that, it'll be there. But ultimately, I'm just gonna burn it down. I'm burning it down. It just wasn't meant to be. So I'm gonna come back to history. I'm gonna revert that which we just committed. And then we'll go back to the previous one, like it never happened. But it did ever happen. It did ever happen. Because we at least have the history of the reversion. Well, y'all, I'm tired. I'm pooped. I done got pooped. This daylight savings week has just like burned me out into the ground. It's amazing what 1 hour can do. How badly 1 hour can just like mess everything up. But I'm doing okay. I'm really glad we did some experimenting today. I can't say I've walked away with a better grab mechanic, but I feel like I better understand what not to do. I had a lot of fun hanging out with everybody, so thank you guys for being here. I appreciate that. Big shout out to Olaf for gifting some subs. That's amazing. I appreciate that. Another way you can support the channel is through Patreon. Head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev. Thank you if you're able to do that. It means a lot. You can actually join the Patreon for free, and you will get a newsletter in your email inbox that comes with a secret live stream. That's free, but you can only know about it if you sign up on the Patreon. You'll get it in your email inbox every Friday. If you decide to support the channel with some money, you can also do it on YouTube like these wonderful people do. There's some gift subs on here. That's not even half of all the gift subs we've got because y'all been so generous. I'm not even adding them on there anymore. There's too many gift subs. But you will get access, whether you pay on Patreon or YouTube, you'll get access to the full live stream that I do on Mondays. It's 6 to 10 hours like this one. And you'll also get emotes and a song sung to you. So maybe that's something. If you're watching it after the live stream, hello! Wow, I can't believe you made it this far. I'm actually very impressed. Maybe you just skipped to the end. If you are one of those people watching this after the live stream, not right now, it's not gonna be there right now. If you're watching it live, I see you, I appreciate you as well, but you can't click on anything yet. But if you're watching it after, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did on this. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one. I'll be back on Friday. I'm not streaming tomorrow. And yeah, after this video ends, if you're watching it live, you'll get some suggestions. See if you can keep the Hyper Game Dev going after that. All right, see you later, y'all. Bye.